Yo. It's me, it's me. Alright, I think my camera might be frozen. Let's find out. Yo, did they send tuning this week yet? Some of it? Max, apparently there's a bug where some characters are getting only personal loot. Cool. Yeah. Dude, what a game. What a game. How are you feeling? I'm feeling great right now because I just took some Afrin, which will really help. But yeah, so I'm pretty sure I have the flu right now. Is the guess. I haven't gone to the doctor because I'm not dying. But yeah. Yeah, it's been a tough couple of days. So like Monday I was like bedridden with a fever. Tuesday I felt a little bit better during the day. But dude, the last 2 nights have been like a fucking nightmare, bro. I don't want to share like too much information, but basically just like waking up probably like 4 or 5 times a night on average, completely like drenched in sweat. Got terrible sleep. I got like probably 3 hours of total sleep 2 nights ago, and then last night maybe four. Uh, and then I've had to just be insanely busy during those days too. So it's been a fucking movie. Max Fellowship just posted season 2 patch notes if you care to look through them. So the back half of my stream today is going to be focused on Fellowship because me, Lara, Dorky, and Fired Up are going to like go super hard on Fellowship over the weekend and tomorrow obviously when it comes out. So I need to like I haven't paid attention to the game since I stopped playing it last season. So I need to get caught up on like basically all the changes that happened. I'm not too familiar. So we'll look at that. I think we'll probably do tier listy type stuff first. But we are going to make one adjustment. So I've noticed that like some people are doing this, like they're listing just like a million bugs with their classes. And it really slows things down. And I think it actually dilutes the video. So I'm pretty sure I'm going to cut the ones that have happened so far out of the video and advise new people not to do them. And what I'm going to do instead is I thought of a good video idea. So before the first season comes out, I'll actually do a very similar video as the tier list, except I'm not going to be ranking anything. All I'm going to do is talk to roughly the same people and have them all list the top 3 bugs that are currently active for their class and spec. And then we're going to list all of them, and then we're going to track how many of them get fixed throughout the expansion. That way we can put those 2 things in 2 different areas. YouTube chat turned off. I can turn it back on. I was getting like bot spammed the other day, I think, and I had to like live figure out how the fuck to even do that. But let's see. Yeah, here we go. Live chat is on as of right now. Let's see if it like pops up. Yeah, there we go. You guys have been freed. So here's what we have remaining to do. So this is currently rated Mythic Plus. So you guys said there wasn't any tuning announced today? Because, like, usually Wednesday or Thursday is when they, like, post all their shit. So I kind of assumed there would be tuning, but someone said it's on beta, but they didn't make a post about it. So something I kind of wanted to do, since it's been a few days since these... Like, for example, in a perfect world, if there was tuning posted right now, I could use that as an opportunity to allow anyone that's ranked anything so far to move it in the list. Based on any tuning that happens, because we're also just going to be keeping up with it. Oh no, I meant the tuning that went live yesterday is on beta today. Oh, so they announced tuning yesterday. Oh, the tuning is on beta for the stuff from last week. I see. Got it. Okay, well then we probably won't do that. The only thing that's kind of weird with the tier list right now is Holy Paladin, at least according to Jack, who ranked like 3 or 4 of the healers, thinks that Holy Paladin is better than B, but maybe he didn't hear Ellesmere's argument, which was based on the tuning that just happened. But regardless of that, let's just say he disagrees with it. Like, I think in a world where Holy Paladin was an A, then a couple of these other healers would have been maybe moved up to A and like half them still in B. But we can always adjust it later. It's not a huge deal. Let Jack and Ellesmere talk it out. They always have level-headed discussions. Bro, did you hear that Potty C episode? It was so funny. Mute button getting a workout today? Oh, yeah. I mean, bro, I'll be sneezing and coughing the whole time. Our theory crafter did a little whoopsie daisy implementing the nerfs into Simcraft, and it made us look way better than we are. Do people still use Simcraft to determine whether they think their class is gonna be good or not? I mean, obviously, like in like our guild for our stuff, we don't really use a lot of that stuff. But I mean, it's just a resource like most other things. It's a really, really ineffective resource for determining how good classes are compared to each other in pure single target, or and especially in other situations. Dude, seeing a healer like Prez in crazy style and raid and midnight default UI in Mythic Plus is it's like the blood decay of healers. You know what I mean? Like blood decays historically are just always great in raid. And kind of always dog shit in Mythic Plus outside of one season where they're the best thing of all time. Is that the most broken tier set that's ever been in the game? Because, like, Blood Decays are, like, systematically not good at Mythic Plus, and then a tier bonus, which is normally, like, a 15 to 20% power increase, made them the best class ever and went past all of that. Season 3 Shadowlands Destro. I'm going to go ahead and say I think there's no DPS tier set in history that even has a chance of being better than a tank one. And what I mean by that is, for DPS, like a really OP tier set can be like maybe 30% in the history of WoW, and that's extremely rare, and most of the time it's like 20. But for a tank, sometimes their tier bonuses give them a similar damage increase, but they increase their defensive by like I mean, I could make up a number, but by like a ridiculous amount. And then how do you compare like a tank's value of defensiveness for high keys or something versus like just purely throughput? It's kind of hard to rank those two things together, but it's obviously a huge power increase. I just think like the potential for a tank tier bonus in the history of World of Warcraft is just significantly higher than a DPS one ever even can be, right? Because morons care about that damage on tanks instead, they froth about that and claim that defensive tank tier bonuses are useless. I don't. I mean, I think it'd be kind of hard to argue that like defensively having Dancing Rune weapon up permanently isn't completely broken defensively and enabled you to do like multiple key levels higher than you would have otherwise, right? That is kind of an issue with the tank community in general, though, is because like theory crafters have a place, and for DPS, theory crafters make perfect sense, right? In a lot of ways, it is kind of binary, right? Like it is like are you trying to do the most damage as possible? Okay, well, like everything that involves theory crafting is going to get you to that answer faster. But then when people do that for tanks, it's not as easily solved by math. It involves much more practical use and application, and also, tanks have another thing where they can DPS, if they have utility or defensiveness in their spec tree, they want to kill themselves, right? And tanks, that's something that's pretty normal and is fine, and has power, right? But you're always going to find like practical people talking about using that versus like math people talking about pure damage or defensiveness, but because like damage has a place, right? Like if you have a 100% chance of surviving and you're doing the highest key level you can possibly do and you don't need any more utility to do the pulls you're doing, and you're sure about that, you should be trying to shave off, if you want to be as good as you can be, you should be trying to shave off as much of that as possible to still do what you're doing and do as much damage as possible to go faster, to potentially enable another key level or something, or to go faster in that one. But that's just not usually how that actually ends up working out. In Mythic Plus, at least. Which is kind of the only place where you can like really push yourself as a tank. Like the race world first is like very, very involved and very difficult, but like it's so unrelatable. There's like literally less than like 5 tanks in the world that are involved in that, and or less than 10, I say, just to make it easy. And that's just like you're speaking to no one. Who in the world didn't put Demo at crazy style tier? The person who, maybe of everyone that's been on these lists over the years, is maybe the most accurate in hindsight, and it always has people telling them they're wrong. So take that however you want. Chatters really don't read patch notes from a week ago and then come and complain. Yeah, frequently what happens is this, and we're going to start calling people soon. Just kind of letting the people gather, you know? But what usually happens is this. Class has been doing really well in content that viewers can see. So like Mythic Plus beta keys, maybe if raid testing was really recent, and there's like hype about it. Or, unfortunately, Sims, which again, hopefully you guys who watch my stream know better than that. But regardless, what'll usually happen is that's the information the viewers have. But the person who's ranking it is usually a little bit more knowledgeable, and they are aware of maybe their class being propped up by a bug that they know is going to get fixed because it's like super unintended. And they're like, once that gets fixed, it's going to get knocked down. That's maybe a little bit more unlikely than the other thing, which is like the class was recently nerfed which again, they can theorize what that will do to their viability probably better than anyone else. But chatters haven't seen that yet. They haven't seen those same Mythic Plus keys be done with the nerfed version of that spec because they can't have seen that. It's too recent. And they're just going off of old information and they think that person's sandbagging. And also, it's not like people in chat are crazy and they think that no one's ever like sandbagged their ranking on these things. That's like for sure a thing. I think these people actually have a bit more pressure on them than you think. If you come on here and say your class is really, really good, even if it is, people are mad at you because you're going to get it nerfed, even though I think that's ridiculous. There are people who are saying the opposite where like, oh, you put our class too low. Like people are going to think we're bad and actually like we're really good. Right. So you have like two different types of people coming after you. It's kind of hard to please everybody with that. So there's like a lot of external pressure, I think. So I've understood why people do that. And also you think about like everyone's motivation. You know, we talk about like how there might be some people in your guild that are motivated by achievements, maybe gear, maybe some people are motivated by progression or teamwork, or people are motivated by leadership. Like people play the game for different reasons. You can raid with people that literally don't care about gear at all, and you'll raid with people where getting gear is the only thing that matters to them. It's kind of the same with these people, but maybe they don't care about every other class in the game. They just care about theirs, and it'll make them more happy if their class is better in the first season. And if they think there is a non-zero chance it gets nerfed because they say it's better than it is, they're gonna not take that chance and rank it a little lower. So, yeah. Max, you don't have to be specific, but do you think the tier list is at least kind of accurate so far? I'm not going to talk about that at all. I mean, I wouldn't even be able to talk about Mythic Plus, to be honest with you, with almost any knowledge. Right, some things are obvious, but like others, that's just not something I pay attention to. But like the raid one, I would never talk about. Who are you planning on getting for Hunter? Was hoping maybe Banshers. Yeah, I am planning on talking to Banshers today, and that or the new guy Yargi. Yargi's in my guild. No one from my guild is allowed to do anything like this. It's also having like 30 people put them into the same list by their own valuation. They'll just place them into ranks differently. Yep, that's the bit. I mean, that's kind of the only thing you can do. Like, I do that for two reasons. Number one, so people don't take it as seriously, even though they kind of do, unfortunately. Number two, how many people do you think are out there that could give a genuine, like, let's say you go away from the it's a meme, 30 people are ranking a thing, and you try to go to, we're trying to be as objective as possible. This is what we think is going to be the power of these classes in, let's just say, raid. Who do you think is qualified to actually rank every spec in the game and not just their own? Like, probably no one. And if anyone, it would be people involved in the race who it's literally their job and a lot of money is on the line to know these things. And none of them are going to talk about it. So there is no other option, really. Is it going to be Crit Cake for Warrior? Ooh, I have not messaged him. Let me see if he's around. I messaged a few people earlier. If you guys have my Discord and you have the ability to, like, DM me and you're around and you've done these before, just let me know. How much money difference is it for you to win versus second place? Oh, interestingly enough, like, in the current moment, like in the short term, it actually doesn't matter. Maybe it matters for like Echo because they're their own org and they have to like sign these new sponsors going into a new race. And if they have that big peak viewership of a win, even though last year we both peaked really high regardless of the win because it was just so close. But like Team Liquid has a lot of endemic sponsors like that are just in this shit, right? And we're signed long term to them. We have like job security. So I think it's it doesn't really matter in the short term. I think it matters more in the long term. Like like if you're trying to re-sign with Team Liquid for us, for example, like I think having a culture of winning is really important. But like if we lost the next race, for example, and we were re-signing with them, I don't think that would really affect anything because like in the viewership would be pretty identical, and obviously we have a culture of winning, so like that wouldn't be a concern. So, yeah, I don't. It doesn't. It's weird. It doesn't really matter. Like I think there might be something in our contract where we have like a winning bonus, but it's pretty small. Like the most money we make is like from ads and Twitch split revenue sharing and just our salaries. Max, check Discord. I'm reevaluating Monk's ranking. All right, my goat. Hello, an update to Windwalker's ranking. It was discovered the day after I came on that the changes from Friday are going to be much less than expected due to a mistake from the person who implemented them in SimCraft. Oh my god, you do get your information from SimCraft. Okay, the TLDR is that instead of implementing the 10% aura nerf, they implemented a 0.9% buff. The end result of this is a slight nerf to Shadowpan, but a whopping nearly 13% nerf for Conduit. Shadowpan is now 5% better than Conduit, much better in AoE. This changes how it would place the spec and would lower the ranking to middle of B for both Rated Mythic Plus. All right. Done. Dude, I think the biggest issue with Windwalker, and unironically, a few other classes, but I'll like mention Mage as an example, specifically non-Frost Mage. I just don't know how they're going to stay alive. But part of that is me just putting what damage has happened in previous raids, and I'm just like applying it to like not having diffuse anymore or having as shitty defensives as mages have. But like maybe that's not what the game's going to be like anymore. Maybe maybe it's just going to be, I mean, this raid is pretty rot focused, but let's just say like that's just what they do now. We're going to remove all these defensive. The reason there was so much burst damage is because you had all these defensives, and now that they're removed, we don't have to do that. We don't have to challenge you that way. Okay, I get the theory. That's what they've said. That totally makes sense. But, like, I don't know if I necessarily buy that they're going to perfectly execute on that, and some classes aren't going to feel fucked. Like, I'll say one thing for sure. How is it even fucking possible that Unholy DK, or let's just say DPS DK in general, exists as a level of tankiness, and things like Mage and Windwalker exist at the same time? Someone who designed those things is doing something wrong. What the difference between them is actually insane. So I wonder what they're gonna do with that. Like here's my concern. So like when you're designing raid encounters, let's forget Mythic Plus for a second. Okay, we're gonna make everything rot focused now. You know how like they can't make like Technicolor like movies anymore because like we don't know how to do it. Like there's some things that have actually like that are not too, maybe that's a bad example, but like there are things in our world's history that are not too far removed like years ago, and you can't do them anymore because the people who actually knew how to do it are dead, and they never taught anyone else and it died, and it's just like gone. It's a lost art, right? That might be true with Blizzard. Like, I don't exactly know who makes these fights, but like it's possible the last time raids were less bursty was like 5-6 years ago. I don't even know how many people are still working there that even remember how to design fights like that, or having actually done that well, right? Because it's just been what it's been for so many years now. So I'm not like super confident that they're just going to really nail that, and you're not going to feel going into progression with actually fortifying brew as your defensive and trying to live. I like if the raids look anything like what they've looked like in years, it's basically unplayable, right? At the highest level. So I don't know how they're going to do that. We'll have to see in Heroic Week, especially. All right, let's rank some shit. If Crit Cake isn't around for Warrior tonight, Warrior Sorry said he'd do it, and that he hopped in your DMs. Oh, me? Hopped in my DMs? Let me check. I don't see him in my DMs for whatever reason. Unless he has like a different Discord name. Like, yeah, dude, I can't find him. All good. That guy is perma banned from the class Discord. Who? Warrior Sorry? Dude, you want to know what's really interesting? It depends on the class Discord, but being banned from a class Discord is it could mean it could be a very positive thing, like a bonus. Like, depends on who's actually running it. Like, all I know is that at one point in time, the Demon Hunter Discord thought Evade was stupid. And that, like, anytime they had a clip of him talking about, like, DH stuff, just because he wasn't in their Discord, they were like, fuck this guy. Don't listen to that guy. And all I know is that means that some of those Discords are fucking crazy. Because, like, if you know that guy at all, just even thinking that is crazy. Because he doesn't even, like, he's not arrogant or anything. He just, like, knows everything. This guy is literally a theory crafter, and Skyhold, whoever said that just lied for fun. Oh, okay, good lie. Good lie. Plan to talk to today. We have Shatterwreck for Demon Hunter stuff. We have Shindig for Rogue. We have Preheat for Fire and Frost Mage, and if he's still around, I will talk to Porom for Arcane. Banshers for Hunter, Tettles for Moonkin, and I think that was most of these things, and for whatever I don't have, we'll figure it out. I reached out to Crit Cake, not sure if he's around. Apparently that other guy's around to get Warrior. All right, so I guess if Frank is making a video out of this, you can cut from this point. All right, so we're starting the tier list again. A little bit of a jump scare since I last streamed. I got a haircut, so I look infinitely less homeless. So or boo or whatever if you're watching this in the middle of the video and you just got scared. So there's that, and then we did make one move. We did Windwalker into middle of B because apparently someone made an oopsie. I won't really elaborate on that in any way. Also, we're making one more change just for anyone who's coming on today. I still want you to be able to talk about your class, good and bad, things that are bad gameplay-wise, but don't do the, hey, can I have a second to just list off some bugs? Don't fucking do that. I think it actually, like, strongly dilutes, like, if someone's watching this video for a few reasons, they're basically someone, most viewers are probably coming back, they're coming back to the game, and they have not played it in a while, and they're basically wondering, kind of generally, is my class good? And more importantly, what has changed? And, like, what is it like to play? And, like, maybe just, like, a little update, I think. And then they listen to a few of those, and maybe it helps decide their main or something. What those people definitely don't care about is hearing about bugs. Who might is Blizzard. I just think that's a separate video. That's all. I don't think it's bad intentioned or whatever. It just slows everything down and ruins the flow of this. What I will do is I'll just do a video where I call very similar people to this, and I just let people list their 3 bugs with their class that are the most annoying. Keep it minimal, so the most important things are selected. And we'll make that its own video, right? And it can be targeted at exactly that information. I just think doing them both at the same time is just bad for all the reasons I've just said. All right, fuck it. I'm calling people. Calling this guy. Wait, is this just Havoc? Shit. All right, this is Shatterwreck, apparently. Hello?
Hello.
Hey, do you play Devourer, or is this just Havoc?
I play Devourer, but I don't fully focus on it, so...
Who would be a good person to talk to for Devourer?
Voodoo would probably be the best. I don't know if he's around, otherwise still probably me. But yeah.
Okay. Okay, so let's just do Havoc then. So, outside of the almost extremely broken, like 1 minute Netherwalk bullshit that almost existed and then they got rid of it, how has your class survived what a lot of classes have been pruned or their gameplay has changed a lot? Like, does Havoc largely feel the same, or is it a little worse, a little better? Like, how does it feel to play Havoc?
So, I actually really like the changes to the playstyle. They pruned buttons that just kind of got added on top that didn't flow with the spec at all. Like, they got rid of sigils, which is whatever. They just really didn't fit in. For Eldrachi Reaver, they simplified the gameplay significantly, in good ways, although they also just nerfed the crap out of it for some reason, so it's unplayable, but whatever. Felsguard feels very fun to play. My only gripe is they didn't change inertia, but like we're going back into inertia builds, and I don't like this iteration of it tied to Vengeful Retreat. Feels very awkward.
Wait, what's current inertia?
So it's when you hit Vengeful, your next Fell Rush or Fell Blade buffs you. But the only button, those are the only 2 buttons that get locked out when you press Vengeful. I don't know why they tied them together. I guess just because it's on a 20-second timer, it's, tie the movement buttons together, but it just feels awkward because Vengeful gives you your initiative buff, the 10% crit chance, and then you have to Fell Blade or Fell Rush for the 18% damage, and you want to overlap your windows, but it literally locks you out for a global. So it just doesn't feel right.
Yeah, I don't like. I'm just reading it. I don't. This is old news. Like, if you play Havoc, you already know this stuff. I loved those old builds with that. Like in I think it was in Dragonflight, and it just looks like a.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very similar to like Breath, where I think like eventually for Frosty K they just kind of gave up on that, and it seems like they kind of gave up on that for Havoc too by doing this like half-assed version of it. But yeah, so basically you're playing half-assed, not fun movement builds.
Yeah.
Again, okay.
And then, like, they threw it onto Fellblade can also... They actually made it so Fellblade cancels your Vengeful movement now, but again, it puts it on a 0.75 or so lockout. So it's, like, pretty easy to play if Fellblade's up. And for Eldrachi Reaver, that was fine. No one ever complained because it reset the cooldown. For Felsguard, it doesn't, and now people have complaints. But in general, I actually like the playstyle. It feels very good and burst-heavy around I-Beam windows. They feel really impactful. I find for Felsguard, Demon Surge and everything actually feels good now. Eldrachi Reaver was obviously incredibly good in funnel scenarios and specific niche scenarios. It was just like broken, kind of same as like Arcane Mage could be.
Yeah.
So they shot it in the head and soft capped the funnel, but then they just significantly nerfed the tree and it just sucks at everything. I don't know why they did that. So that's where that's at. So we're just looking at Felsguard. I think it looks pretty good. In raids, it's a little unfortunate if you have fights with AoE because you have to give up a lot of single target to swap between AoE and single target. Yeah. And it's very costly. You have to swap.
Do you have like at least a few efficient points if like it's a fight where maybe it's not pure single target or pure ads, but it's like, okay, ads spawn at this duration and I need to be effective on it, but like the boss is still the most important thing. Are there hybrids, or is it like you kind of want to do one or the other?
For hybrids, you stick to the single target build. It's more that you have to opt into more AoE and give up a shitload of single target. So you pretty much always play pure single and raid. And then at M+, your single target just gets way worse. where you have
Yeah.
to opt into all the immolation or
That's
talents.
gonna hurt them so much in raid. Like historically, especially the last two expansions. I mean, well, obviously the only ones with the new talent trees, but the classes that go into raid and are doing good single target in basically their Mythic Plus build are just by. I would love to see like a statistic on this, but I feel like they are in raid comps like 100% of the time. They are always super insane because like you'd like to say you'd like to have those choices. Like if you're purely gameplay focused, it is really cool if you actually do play with different talents and stuff. But like if you care about your power, it's actually just way more OP to just always have all of your tools and still randomly do your single target.
Yeah, 100%. Like that's very often how it feels. Playing Devourer right now, it's like if you're gonna play the difference between an M plus build or a raid build, sometimes it's one talent swap just to make Reap turn into Eradicate for AoE, and then you just have full power for everything. And then you swap to Havoc, and it's like, yeah, fuck you, lose 4 single target talents to take your AoE.
Okay. Does the if you can picture a UI that from like the last couple expansions, like some popular ones, like I mean, it's literally all UIs, whether you have like your buttons in the middle of your screen. Do you have
Mm-hmm.
around the same, less, or more buttons than you had in the War Within? On like the top important bar where your like offensive abilities that have cooldowns that you track are.
Less, but barely. It's pretty much just Sigil of Spite, which was only run for Eldrachi, and depending on the UI, Sigil of Flame. No core rotational, like actual good feeling buttons really got removed. Just
That's good.
those awkward sigils that just played on top.
Nice. Okay. How do you think they are in raid, and do you think maybe this will be more relevant if we had talked about Devourer first, but do you think there's going to be a Havoc in the raid comp, which it kind of historically has been for every raid since it's come out, except for Castle Nathria?
Um, so in raid testing for me, I felt that Havoc was actually pretty strong, and then it got buffed, just a 5% buff slapped on since then, and they reined in some of the OP stuff. So I think it's pretty good, and some of the fights felt like it fit its profile really well. Um, but as of right now, Devourer is just so overtuned that the only case I'd see a guild bringing it is like someone that couldn't play Devourer rather than Havoc, and like at the top end, that's just not going to be a thing. Um, so I don't really expect to see a Havoc. Maybe a niche thing on like 1 or 2 fights where the cooldowns line up really well because Devourer is so specific with its cooldown timings, and it's just not the same. Whereas
Hmm.
Havoc has very large bursts on 2 minute, so it could fit in a niche scenario. That's about it, though.
Okay. Yeah. And also this has happened to a few other specs in WoW's history where the recent history where a new spec or class is released and or reworked, that too, and those things are just always like astro broken. They're just like so
Yeah, it's
fucking
going
insane.
crazy style.
Yeah, so like Devourer, if we just go by WoW's history, will most likely be that, which means that it might be an unfortunate season for Havoc because it's just going to be the worst DPS spec. Even though uh you are running into a scenario where it is changing your role. Like it has some melee elements, but it is absolutely like a caster. And I there's gonna be people that definitely struggle with that. Those are very different skill sets.
Yeah, it also depends what's gonna end up being better. Because for Devour, it's got one hero talent tree that has a lot of melee elements, and then one that has absolutely zero. But you
Yeah.
are still mid-ranged. So like, if it comes down to it, and you're playing Annihilator, which doesn't have any melee to it at all. It's actually very mobile and really easy to pick up. Whereas if it does end up playing Void's Guard, which is currently what's like giga broken on pre-patch because raid fights are a joke and burst heavy. That one has like a lot of dashing and melee, and you're gonna need to know a lot about the raid fights and timers to make that one work. So I'm kind of curious to see how people adapt and play that.
Okay. Yeah. Sweet. So how do you think Havoc will do in raid? What ranking would you give it?
I'm gonna put it pretty much top of B. I think it's actually like pretty decent and gonna do well. It's just gonna get entirely overshadowed by Devour, and people are gonna look down on it because of that. But I think it's better than a lot of specs, a hell of a lot of them.
Great. Okay. And what about Mythic Plus?
Mythic Plus, I'm gonna put it bottom of A. It's got some very powerful AoE while having good prio damage at all times because you're just doing your single target rotation. Um, I also think survivability wise, Havoc has actually gained more than it lost.
Interesting.
Mostly, I'd mostly say that because Netherwalk usage is
Oh,
and always has been very niche,
yeah,
and that's
extremely
gone.
niche. Yeah.
And now instead, Blur went from a 20% DR to 35. We have a discount Will of the Necropolis, take 10% less damage below 35%. Leech feels significantly more valuable with how HP bars have changed, at least in Mythic Plus. Raid's been kind of hard to tell. Um, and yeah, I just think survivability wise, it's actually gotten better, and it's always been susceptible to one shots in Mythic Plus, and I don't think that's really going to be an issue at all anymore.
Yeah, it might be not an issue for a few reasons. The defensive changes, but also they might not make things as one-shotty in Mythic Plus because everyone lost all their defensives, right? Like it could just be a design change.
Yeah, and it's like if things were one-shotting you, I don't think healers can keep up to that regardless. So I don't really know exactly how this is going to play out when we get to, the highest end keys, but in general, I think Havoc has the tools for it if it was the same, but it's probably just going to be a lot more rot based. And in that case, I think Leech is just way better than it was. So Havoc's in a really good spot.
All right, great. I did get a hold of Voodoo, so I'm gonna have Voodoo do Devour.
Perfect.
All right, love you, bye.
Okay.
Owned. Calling him. Hello?
What's up?
Yo. Tell me about the Casty DH guy.
Yo, one sec. I gotta mute your stream. There's like 3 of you.
What the? Oh yeah, that's cursed.
All right. What do you want to know? I was literally cooking dinner before I got summoned.
I mean, what I'm usually starting a lot of these other things with is I'm asking people what the difference is from the War Within and Midnight, and obviously that isn't relevant.
The spec didn't exist before.
Yeah, it isn't relevant at all. So maybe for people who looked at it initially and stopped looking at it, I'm sure they cooked some stuff with it. Before even talking about any of the power, just like what's it like in your opinion to play this spec?
Honestly, I think who you ask is going to depend on the answer, but I think it's actually like super fun. The cooldowns, which is where most of your damage is like the surrender to madness kind of vibe where you're chasing extensions to cast more collapsing stars. We've done a lot. We being like the theory crafters, less so Blizzard, have done a lot of cooking to make the spec play how we expect it's going to play. So if anyone's played it on like pre-patch right now, you're basically casting Devour for like 30 globals uninterrupted to get into void meta. We've fixed that come midnight, and you actually have a pretty fun resource loop where you're like optimizing going into void meta, and then once you're in void meta, optimizing casting as big and as many collapsing stars as possible. So it's pretty fun, and the visuals are like fucking insane.
That's super interesting to me for a couple reasons, but I think the main one is, okay, let's say like this spec ends up being pretty good, and it revolves around your ability to do your void form, whatever your void form is called, well.
Yeah, void meta.
There's been a few examples of abilities like this. Literally, Surrender to Madness, Breath of Syndragosa, and every single time where they reward you correctly for doing something slightly more challenging with damage, it's the most OP thing, and it gathers a ton of resentment from more casual players, and it always gets killed. Are you concerned about that, or do you think it's easy enough while still having enough depth to be like interesting in that way? Like, do you think it's like something that's free, or are you concerned about that?
So I think it's easy enough to get like a middling level with it, but I do think that the floor of this spec is like in the basement and the ceiling of the spec is like in the fucking stratosphere. Like one of the problems with this too is that the more stars you cast, the stronger the stars become. So a lot of your damage is keyed on like the later stars in the meta. Now, we're gonna skip ahead a little bit here, but for viability wise, both hero trees are very good, but one of them is less focused on collapsing star damage. It has more like spread out damage throughout meta and like more upfront burst. And that one is probably gonna be better because it's less keyed on just ramping up into these giant stars. And it's a little bit easier to do damage that way. It's not like super tough conceptually to understand the spec, but like if you're, I don't know, like gamer dad Jimmy who's 40 years old comes home games, like the difference between you and like a top end player who super optimizes stuff is going to be night and day. And I don't know if they're going to change it because the whole spec is built around that, but it's just something that you can't really get away with. Like,
I
get
mean,
away from
so
with this
there's
kind of
no
spec.
like Breath of Syndragosa had always had Obliterate, and Surrender to Madness had the thing where you were just in your void form more often. Like, does this spec have an option where that's not a thing?
There's an option. It's not very good compared to the other two. Like,
I mean,
it's fine.
literally
Devourer
the
right
same
now
thing.
is
It's literally the same thing
What?
that's happened like 3
yeah.
times.
Devourer right now is really fucking good, and like so like whatever you do is going to be fine. It has like you basically are bursting every 20 seconds with the other build that isn't about ramping your stars, but it's like night and day difference in terms of total DPS output.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think if this class ends up being broken, it will be broken for this patch no matter what. They're literally marketing it
it's
with
shiny new toy syndrome. They're gonna make it crazy. For this
they're
patch.
gonna make it crazy, but I would be just pretty worried about that in the future. And maybe the best thing they can do is kind of do what Demon Hunter Havoc did for many years, which was as good as momentum was, and people hated it. Just like I forgot to mention momentum, but like momentum and breath, people who like hated that higher level playstyle. At least you could play like boring ass demonic I-beam Demon Hunter, and it was really good and sometimes better for so long. Like, it was never awful.
From what I've seen so far, people generally like. I think the thing with like momentum, breath, and stuff like that is that there is camps that don't like it and do like it. The entire spec is this. Like, there's not really a choice away from this, and people love casting Collapsing Star. Like you ask like 100 random WoW players, whatever Jeopardy style or whatever Family Feud, like most people really like their favorite ability is Collapsing Star, and the whole spec is built around casting Collapsing Star. Like, it's the entire spec. So like while there is that option to not do that, it's kind of a weird messed up thing that we've cooked up, and less so a desired gameplay thing from Blizzard. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
like,
no.
The whole spec is revolved around this. So if they
like,
do end up going away with it, they'd have to completely change the spec.
Yeah, if you played Frost DK before Breath of Syndragosa got announced, you had an idea of what Frost was, and then you're like, I wish we could go back to this thing. But because it's being introduced with it, there is no other thing. And basically you're saying, if you're playing this class at all, you're not going to complain about it, because if you were complaining about it, you would have never played this class, because it's the whole
Yes, if you're complaining with this, why are you playing this spec? That's basically the thing. Like, because it was introduced with this, it's built around it completely. There's no Devourer without Collapsing Star ramp, unless you're playing some weird build that we in the Discord cooked up for psychotic reasons.
All right, cool. How strong do you think they're going to be in raid?
This shit's busted in raid. I don't know what else to tell you. This shit is like crazy style, insane damage wise. Like, it's super mobile. It has really strong damage profiles. It has 2 different damage profiles you can flex into depending on what you need. It's not as tanky as Havoc, but it's still really strong. It has Blur on 2 charges, which is 25%.
Has a raid cooldown.
It has Darkness, which we can take for no DPS loss. It brings Chaos Brand. It has the leech that Havoc has, but also heals like 1% per soul it consumes, so it like will never die to rot. It's a little bit worse against one shots, but whatever. Who isn't? And it's like super hyper mobile despite being a 25 yards range spec. Like, it's nuts in raid, and the damage it deals, I guess like you could get disrupted and like miss a star and lose out in damage, but the upper end of the spec is crazy high.
Does that transfer to Mythic Plus?
It's good at Mythic Plus. I don't think it's about on par as like Demonology and Unholy, like Death Knights, like this stuff like that. It's like there's a world where it's brought in Mythic Plus, but with Vengeance being so good, it's not as like set in stone. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
there's only so many slots.
Every good class runs into this problem where you could basically put their thing down a tier if it just doesn't happen to be the singular best spec of that class, because you just prefer the other thing. Yeah.
On beta, we do in Mythic Plus like similar damage to like Unholy to Demonology. So like I see where people have put those. So like A tier, I guess. But
you said Demon and Unholy. I just slammed it right in the middle of those two.
Yeah, right in the middle of those guys. The thing with Mythic Plus that's a little weird is that we have weird scaling where the more targets we hit, the more souls we generate, which means the more Collapsing Stars we cast. But all of our damage square roots, like we have like one uncapped damage source. So it's a bit of a weird push and pull when you like pull higher, but like the spec is just
isn't it also going to have? I mean, this thing on the right is purely talking about like the highest level keys, but I think another thing to mention, at least based on its design, I don't actually know this. Wouldn't it be an awful key too low class?
So I mean, it's probably. But the other build, the build we talked about a little bit in raid, where you don't really care about Collapsing Star as much.
Yeah.
that's the melee build. It's much more upfront damage focused. Like it's all about void surge, it's all about going and doing melee stuff. So for like an average key person and like a layman key or whatever, it's probably fine.
Oh, okay.
I don't think it's like
I'm just picturing getting to like that
great
fat
in
ass
low keys.
collapsing star, and the pack's just dead, and it just goes away, and you go into the new pack. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I mean at that point just bridge, but like
Yeah, but that doesn't happen.
Void Scar does okay there.
Oh, you just carried over is what people are saying. Oh, I didn't even know that's a thing.
Meta carries over, yeah. Meta outside of combat and in CC, meta drains slower. But I mean, if your Collapsing Star can, I guess they fixed it where it doesn't cancel anymore. But it does carry meta fairly well. But it's still like, like if there's like a long run time or like you still don't want it to happen.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
You have anything else on
the
this
one other
stuff
thing
in general? Yeah.
Yeah, the one other thing I wanted to mention, Shad brought it up, but we actually are playing melee talents no matter what happens in raid. So the melee talents themselves fucking suck. They're tuned horribly. They're absolute like dog tier bad damage. But there's a really strong talent called Devourer's Bite, which turns all the melee talents into a whenever the hell you want it 12% stacking damage amp. So the whole thing is built around, even for both trees, for Void Scar and Annihilator, and both hero talents are good for both Raid and Mythic Plus. They're both viable. You can play whatever the hell you want. They both use the melee talents, so there will be some jumping in and out, just based around like using those as amps to hit giant stars and stuff like that.
Oh, cool. I mean, I also think most people playing this are most likely melee players trying something different rather than ranged players swapping to Demon Hunter. And
we've seen a lot of both, honestly. Like I just from like my channel and from being in the Discord, we've seen a lot of like, oh, I used to play Shadow Priest, or oh, I'm a Warlock, or stuff like that. Just coming over and trying it out.
Yeah. Okay. Sweet. All right. Love you. Bye. Owned. Dorky said, hello. I would like to call for a redaction. What would you like to redact? Did the tuning that got posted yesterday change your opinion on one of the tankermen? Drop Vengeance DH to B in Mythic Plus. I mean, that's the only one where it's would be dropping it. So, all right, fuck it. Why? Shit's trash. No elaboration. Just all right, fuck it. Call on the next person. I prefer... Oh, Bancher said I'd like to go sooner rather than later. My go. All right. Ready now? All right. I'm calling him. Calling Banchers. Hello?
Hello.
Hey, I don't really know what spec you like care about the most or specialize in or want to start in. So which one do you want to talk about first?
Probably survival, but also hunter as a whole too. I play all the specs. I mostly just do Mythic Plus, but I also raid a little bit.
Okay.
So I guess first I want to talk about like the raid side of things. You're definitely playing at least one on every boss with the Hunter's Mark changes.
Yeah.
So it's for like, how are you gonna get this now? I do think you're gonna probably play two in a lot of fights, so it's something to think about, like design wise for like how you want to like place your melee versus range. And then also the external defensive with pet sacks like really potent, but it does have some bugs with it. But and they're also really tanky. So I think Hunter's like a really good class for a lot of these fights with some heavy damage intakes.
I feel like Hunters... I'm just going to stop you right there. I just think in general, not talking about their throughput in any way, I think have maybe had one of the biggest come-ups from expansion to expansion of all time. They've been getting tankier for like years now, honestly. Like I want to say like 2 or 3 years ago, they were maybe bottom 3 tanky classes in the game for DPS. And then I think they've been kind of climbing those ranks to recently being like, I think decently survivable. And their defensive buffs, their raid buff going from being not good enough to be played on Dimensius to being, I don't know, it's an extremely good raid buff, but it's also stackable on targets, which is like fucking crazy, or on different targets, obviously. And then also they give them an external. That's just like That just like doesn't happen to like classes going from one expansion to the next. So I think it is obviously the throughput needs to come with it. You can have all the utility in the world and you do no damage and you're mad, right? But
Yeah.
I think hunters are in a very good spot to succeed.
Yeah, I agree. So I guess we could start with survival. I feel like rotation wise, it feels like after the pruning, it still feels like it has a decently fun rotation. You're like the TLDR for the whole rotation is like you hit kill command and then it gives you 2 stacks of tip of the spear and then you spend that on 2 damage globals and then you hit kill command. So it's like a walt. It's like kill command, global, global, kill command, global, global. And it's kind of fun to spend those and like rotate through. Just a lot of CDR involved. Hero talent wise, they're both very good. And they also have different weapons that they prefer. Pack leader is very focus starved and you can either dual wield or 2-hand right now.
Mm-hmm.
And dual wielding gives you more focus because you auto attack faster and each auto attack gives you some focus. And so pack leader likes that. And then sentinel likes 2-hander because your offhand doesn't scale your abilities. So like sentinel, you're playing a 2-hander all the time. You do like 4.5% more damage that way. But tuning wise, they both look pretty good. I think sentinel is like slightly better for single target and pack leader slightly better for keys. Profile wise, they have like a good sustain profile, like intermittent burst with like 45-second cooldowns and 1-minute cooldowns. And out of the 3 specs, I think it's the strongest damage wise. Problem for raid is that it is a melee, which could dock a point. I'll rank it, assuming that you're gonna play it anyway.
I mean, that's a very real thing. Like there are hunters in very top guilds, like as good as the guilds get, I'm pretty sure. That would get exposed if they had to play melee. Not be unable to do it, but they would not be at the level as other melee players as far as like just you guys realize if you've ever played in melee and then like a new spec or whatever becomes relevant and like some players are playing melee, it's so obvious when someone doesn't really know how to move in melee. That would be like a problem with survival. It's very rare that survival is a spec you would even play like in a raiding guild, at least just purely speaking about raiding. I think it was End of Shadowlands. Was that the only time I think in recent memory where it was like at least in top guilds people played survival over the range specs? I mean, your survival sounds like main, right? So like that's when other has that happened?
That's the only time. I mean, there was actually a point that wasn't in the race, but in the 0.5 patch of the War Within season 1, survival got really, really good, and I think it was the best spec on Queen Ansarek. But it was like after the race had ended.
Yeah.
It was really, really good on that fight. But other than that, no.
Yeah. So I just think it's like so weird. I think there's actually maybe even have been tiers where even during the race, survival was as good or slightly better, and it still wasn't played, right? Because people just aren't used to it, right? So I'd be interested to see how that plays out if survival does end up actually being better.
Yeah. So with all that, if you're just talking about like raw damage and what it can do, I'd put it in low A for raid. And then you would dock a point potentially if you're like a range only kind of guy. And then in M+, I would say melee kind of have an advantage because you have like a shorter kick. It's really conducive for melee to play keys for the most part. And so I just put it in like mid A, probably like.
Do you have one of those
right after Frost DK?
Do you have one of those good talent builds where you can kind of cleave while doing single target, or do you have to make a lot of concessions to do that?
Yes. A lot of our damage revolves around like bomb. So like bomb just does more damage to your target, but then cleaves everything around it. So my pure single target rotation involves that, and then it also involves Raptor Swipe. So like I'm just hitting my target, it does more damage to my target, but it's also hitting like everything in front of me too. And then one of my best single targeted buttons is Boomstick, and it also just cleaves everything in front of me. And it's like a very wide range, so it's pretty good at that.
That's so good, dude. I swear, when you like don't really pay too close attention to a class, it's just so funny what random abilities names they have. Like I'm thinking about when I made up a couple years ago that Enhanced Shaman had like Totem Slap and a bunch of other like stupid sounding like parody names. The fact that you just said like Boomstick and Raptor Swipe, it's just insane.
Yeah.
That's real. But okay, sweet. I mean that's good. What about are you concerned about like utility in Mythic Plus with Hunter?
So they did remove we had Bursting Shot, which is like this long knock, and then we also lost our knock up trap and our knock away trap. And that was really good. So like my Mythic Plus group normally doesn't have a DK. I usually like fill in like as the DK role in a lot of these last seasons. And so I was like the DK, like I would just knock casters in, I would knock archers in. And because of that, I feel like it's kind of rough. And then we like by losing our knock up, we lost that like AoE stop that we used to have.
Yeah, I mean, according to
So,
Blizzard, their
a little rough.
design now should be that you don't need as many AoE stops in packs because of the way they've changed casts and the fact that you can't or you shouldn't be able to track that stuff anymore, even though you just absolutely can. So maybe that won't be as much of an issue because of that.
Yeah.
We'll have to see. Okay,
right.
so that makes sense. What about BM?
Yeah, so for BM, historical, really flat profile still has that. They changed your cooldown. You only have one cooldown. It's a 30-second, and it's not super strong. So your profile is like you have like this hump every 30 seconds. Dark Ranger has like a taller peak and a lower valley, but they're still kind of very flat. This is also people meme on BM. It's like the easiest spec in the game. There's been variations where it's a little harder, but this variation I think is the easiest I've ever seen BM. Like it's very, very simple.
Yeah, that's fine. I think BM hunters are used to it by now. No one goes into BM and expects like a Breath of Syndragosa variant where you have to really try. It just is what it is.
Yeah. Hero talent wise, they both seem very viable. I think Pack Leader is slightly better for raid. Dark Ranger is slightly better for keys. In the last raid testing we did, BM was just absolutely destroying on everything, but I got nerfed 20% since then. So I would say in general, if I was ranking it for raid, I'd put it like mid B. It's on the lower end damage wise, but like BM always has like that OP, like it could just do any mechanic. And like if you like Midnight Falls has like, I don't know if you want to talk about the raid, but like there's like Ferox Seeds kind of stuff, and we're thinking of having like 2 mages, 2 hunters for that. And so it's probably going to be a really good BM fight.
I just want to say one thing about that I would advise a lot of guilds. A lesson that I've learned in the past. Anytime there's a mechanic as important as Ferox Seeds, I would start much closer to, and also if the boss was hard, Gallywix bombs. I would start much closer to who are my best players than what class would be the best for this. Just as a small thing. I just think that like one class to another isn't that big of a deal to where you wouldn't just want to have someone that you think would be the most reliable person to be holding this extremely important responsibility where if you ever mess up, everyone dies. Like that just has to be the 4 best players in your raid without question, unless their role for some reason can't do it.
True. And then for Mythic Plus, damage wise, it's a little weaker, so I put it like high C, probably.
Okay. High C for in Mythic Plus. Got it. Like the drink.
Yeah.
Okay. Marksman.
So again, it just got tuned quite a bit. It had one of the strongest bursts in the game, I think, before this. With the nerfs, it did hit the burst quite a bit, but I think it's still pretty bursty. The rotation is definitely a lot simpler as well. One thing is that they made aim shot have a like much longer cast time, which while I was playing with it, you kind of get used to it pretty fast, but it is something that definitely like you'll miss the old cast time, but over like 15 minutes, like you kind of just get used to it. One of our hero talents for MM is just dead. They like reworked it to try and fix it because it had like really, really high variance last tier. And so they did something to like combat that variance, but now it just kind of killed the hero talent. So we're only really playing Sentinel. Design wise, it has really good 2-target, and it also has extremely good AoE bursts with it has the 2-target Hydra talent where it just like cleaves the closest thing to your target that's like 70% value, and then volley doubles that, so you'll trick shot and Hydra that thing, and so you have like really strong 2-target AoE burst, which is really good for a lot of the fights like Aversion, Chimera, Salhadar orbs. Like there's just like a lot of these strong 2-target parts. However, with the nerf, its damage wise isn't as oppressive anymore. I would say in raid it's like, I would say it's one spot to the left of BM. I would say it's slightly better. It does have that burst, so like some fights, you know, burst can be really beneficial. Sometimes it doesn't really matter, in which case you would just swap between the two, I think. And then for keys, I would say it's low B. I think it has good AoE, but also it's target capped as always. In the right comp, if you're taking advantage of like maybe you're all target capped or something and you know need that burst, you could play around it. Could be pretty strong, but that's where I would put it.
All right, cool. Anything else about Hunter in general that you find important or want to mention just as a class? Also fine if no.
No. Well, okay, wait. So actually, I guess there is one bug. I know you didn't want to talk about bugs, but it's with the pet sack. and it just like kills your pet because damage reductions on your pet don't work on it for the pet sack. And so what I was thinking like before the tier is like I would like hit defensives to make my pet take less damage while it's pet sacking so it doesn't die. But right now, if you're in Mythic Plus and you pet sack your tank, your pet will just die instantly, so it loses the DR value, and then you have to res your pet. So it's like kind of weird.
That's basically, they have to make that not, even though it's like lore, like your pet is literally sacrificing for it, your pet has to take damage. There's so much random shit in this game that will kill your pet that anytime you actually have to resummon it and it has any cost to that whatsoever via your time or some kind of resource, it's just that can't happen. Or you just can't have the ability. It's one or the other. That's a good point. Even regardless of bugs, I just think like if that ability involves you resing your pet ever, they need to redesign it. All right, cool. That makes sense. Love you. Bye. All right, that was fast. Dude, the difference between him and Azertharian in terms of pure words spoken is crazy as fuck. Not even like meant bad, but just crazy. All right, Shindig for Rogue.
Hello.
Hello. All right, tell me about Rogue. Are you happy or not? You get over pruned, under pruned, or just right?
Probably over pruned would be my takeaway. As somebody that's played Rogue, I feel like all of the Rogue specs just feel a lot worse to play. But like, I think if you're in the perspective or like from the
I think you might have cut out for a second. You still there? Oh no, did he? He's dead. Well, or he vanished. That would be more relevant. He said my power went out. Damn, you got a phone, my slime? All right, see how this goes, he said. All right, this is going to be fucking amazing.
Hello.
Yo, you're back. Yeah, you don't sound bad at all. You sound good.
All right, sweet. So, we're doing this one off the dome then.
Yeah.
Outlaw for, all the specs, I would say overpruned. As somebody that is like newer playing Rogue, however, I feel like that's a good thing, right? The specs are easy to get into. I've also heard from a lot of people that have like been playing the spec, playing Rogue for the first time. They're actually like enjoying it a decent amount. But yeah, as somebody that's been playing Rogue, the rotations feel a lot worse.
Yep. So an unfortunate casualty of them trying to make the game more accessible, but obviously whenever that happens, it's going to lack depth, and people that have mastered it or really enjoyed it will feel like they're missing some things. There's surprisingly not that many specs that feel that way. Like of all the people I've talked to, it's actually kind of rare that you're like, damn, this shit kind of sucks compared to what it used to be. It's mostly positive. So in a way, it kind of sucks even more if you happen to be one of those people, because it did not happen to everyone, right? You feel singled out.
Yeah, I think that is pretty much the case for Rogue right now.
All right, shit. So you were talking about Outlaw.
Yeah.
What do you think Outlaw is gonna be good?
No, not really. Here, I'll rip through Raid first, where I think about the specs kind of live for Raid. Sure. Outlaw damage profile wise is pretty much the exact same as what it was in the War Within, or it's very similar. And at no point during the War Within was it ever a progression spec. It kind of, it's like the same issue sort of plague it, where you don't, relative to the other specs, you don't have cooldowns. Downtime really hurts you a lot more, relatively speaking. So it's just in a tough spot. I think rotation, it's like a little less enjoyable too. I just don't see it getting played. Plus the fact that like it's the only non-dagger spec. So like if you're preparing one of the other specs and like all of a sudden there's a fight where Outlaw's really good on, like I think in Forge on Soul Hunters, Outlaw is the best spec to play during progression. It's hard to like, often you just don't have the gear for it unless you're like only playing that one spec. So I feel like it's unlikely it gets played, and I don't
Yeah,
know, I put it
even
in like C
last
tier.
year, we wanted to try Outlaw and Soul Hunters, and we like bricked one of our rogues characters because we had to have him craft a
Yeah,
weapon.
yeah. It's tough. Like I think there are some fights where it can be good, but like it's usually like 1 or 2 fights in the raid. It's not the entire raid, and most notably not the end bosses. So I think it's unlikely it gets played.
Well, what tier would you put it in?
C.
Oh, did you say C? I must have missed that. Sorry.
At some point maybe, but
Oh, yeah, okay. No, you probably said it. I just missed it. Do you want to do all 3 of them in raid and then talk about all 3 Mythic Plus, or just talk about Outlaw and Mythic Plus first, then just do it but spec by spec?
let's do all raids. So let's
Okay.
jump to
Sure.
let's say assassination next.
Okay.
Asa has a very similar damage profile to what it did in the War Within raid, like very similar. And rotation is actually quite similar. I think of all the specs, it's probably the most similar to what it was previously. So honestly, from like a gameplay perspective, it's actually like pretty much what it was, and maybe like a feels craft point of view, feels the least bad to play of the 3, but kind of it sort of has, as a result of that, has sort of the same things that it's good at and same things it's bad at as execute phase or execute talents. So there's a fight where that's meaningful. Assassination can be quite good, but it also can't really target swap, or you can't really swap targets because while your damage is slow, and your cooldowns are tied to your target, so that requires that either the boss is pulled on top of like whatever adds need to get killed, or if there's a big nasty mob that your raid has to swap to. As assassination rogue, you're really hoping that like you're the one class that can just stay on the boss while the rest of your raid team solves that mechanic or kills that big guy, which I think from a progression POV is kind of tough.
Yeah.
Because you're not really able to contribute nearly as much. So it typically doesn't bode well, and you kind of have to rely on the spec being tuned really well. I remember doing raid testing, and like this was one of the earlier raid testing sessions. I wasn't there for all of them, so take this with a grain of salt. But I remember thinking to myself, like, damn, there are a lot of fights where the raid is needing to like swap targets, or there's some kind of like ads we have to cleave down, and they just can't be pulled on top of the boss. Like I think of the big dude that stands on the side of the cliff with his like 2 hind legs on the ground.
Yeah.
Those ads that spawn that often like you have to pull them to the wall, but they're like kind of outside of the range of your cleave as a melee. I don't know how that's gonna work. Maybe there'll be a way you can like pull them on top of the boss, but that felt like super awkward. And so I was just thinking like, damn, how is assassination gonna be played during this? So it seems kind of tough. I would put it in C tier. There is a world and a niche that fills right with execute, but I don't think it looks super
All
promising.
right. Not starting strong. Hopefully Sub picks that up.
Yeah. Sub. So gameplay is like, oh my god, bro, they took away everything. This spec is like a shell of its former self. It's so simple, so easy to play, which I don't think is like a bad thing. Again, I think it's like nice for people that are newer to the game to like have something to kind of play and get comfortable with. But there's like not a lot going on. I do think it's probably the most promising of the specs for like in a progression setting, because like the War Within, you can kind of like hold your damage for specific moments. And so if they're like ad spawns or damage amp, you can like hold damage for that specific moment, and you lose the least relative to their specs, which can be beneficial. Yeah, just like there's kind of like a big nothing burger outside of that. Like the rotation is very simple, nothing super notable. I think it is a little more promising than the other specs, so I'd put it in like B somewhere. But yeah.
I feel like that's how it's been recently. That's like really sad. I feel like Sub has always had just an extremely unique identity as a DPS class. So seeing it reduced to that, it's happening to classes now. But it's just it's sad to see.
Yeah. So I'd say for raid, nothing like super exciting. For Mythic Plus, I have some hot takes, but before that, I did want to say,
Yeah,
the existence of like buffs and just group buffs having as much effect as they do on your damage just so dramatically affects Rogue. Like for instance, Eye Fury, I think just having that buff alone is like 8% increased damage for sub Rogue and like 6% for the other Rogue specs.
He said Wind
So if you
Fury
just have a
chat,
Shaman in your
even though
group,
he
it's like
cut out.
1 tier higher than you would otherwise be, which makes like pugging feel really tough. Like, oh, you know, I'm joining this group to do Mythic Plus key for like my weekly vol or whatever, and there's no Shaman in it. I guess I'm just doing no damage for this dungeon. Like, it feels kind of bad. That goes into a conversation of like group buffs and all that. I don't want to diverge too far off into, but I wanted to at least mention it.
No, I mean there's a lot of gripes to be had with the existence of raid buffs and Mythic Plus at all, because you said like it's annoying to which buffs are in your group, but I think you could also have a gripe with you are one of the classes that is bringing one of the weakest raid buffs
Yeah.
to a group as well, right? So like you're also kind of shut out from some groups where imagine your viability difference if your class could bring something like Mark of the Wild. Your chances of being relevant in the meta would increase by like double or more, right? So I mean,
Yeah, so
definitely shit.
not bringing anything, and we need specific things, so not ideal. I'll start with Outlaw again. Outlaw is kind of interesting. So I think Outlaw feels a lot better to play in AoE or Mythic Plus specifically, because you gain access to a builder with Blade Flurry. This is also true in the War Within, but with like the class pruning, the additional builder, I think makes a much more dramatic difference than it did previously. So feels pretty good to play. And in a recent tuning pass, a recent version of tuning on the beta, Outlaw's single target was like really strong, really strong, and your prow damage was like really good, which felt kind of good. It felt like Blizzard was throwing us a bone, being like, "Hey, we know that you guys are target capped. Yeah, you're gonna lose other classes whenever the pools get big enough. So let's make it so you do like Kajiga single target damage." And that was nice, and Outlaw was pretty strong for a while. But then they nerfed that version of Outlaw. They nerfed our single target, tried to bring our AoE damage up a little bit, but the trade-off wasn't like we just net lost damage. So the thing that we were good at, we are now no longer good at. We don't do good single target. We don't do good prio. And we also now just don't do enough or good enough AoE. So Outlaw right now is kind of in shambles tuning-wise. But there was potential there with that iteration, I thought. I thought it was pretty fun to play. There was sort of a skill expression to the spec too, trying to maintain uptime and make it from like one of your drone rush windows to the next. There's interaction where pressing AR buffs your roll. So you kind of want to take that buffed roll from one adrenaline rush window to the next, which is like a 3-minute window, which requires you to like constant uptime and do your rotation correctly. That interaction felt kind of rewarding, but yeah, in the current state of tuning, it's like not great. But the potential's there. So I would say like C tier, if they could maybe bring that form of tuning back.
Dude, rogues are so down bad. This is crazy.
And we're gonna keep going in that direction with Assassination Rogue here. So this is maybe a hot take for Assassination Rogue. I think if you ask a lot of other Rogue players, they may not feel the same way. But Assassination Rogue, I want to throw that thing in Midnight default UI.
Wow. Only one other spec has been put there so far. All right, explain.
Yeah. Okay. So you might not remember this, but back in the War Within, when we did the last spec ranking, going into season 3, I put Assassination Rogue in like S tier, like the best of the best. Okay. So the fall off has to be studied. All right. It's insane. For starters, one of the things that made Assassination Rogue really strong in Mythic Plus was its prow damage. In like season 1 and season 2 of The War Within, it had some of the best funnel and prow damage in uncapped AoE. You would obliterate the target you were hitting. And that was in large part due to an interaction with your hero talents. 3 weeks into season 3 of The War Within, Blizzard pushed a hotfix to fix an ability that was not that interaction, but broke that interaction, which immediately took the spec from like a S tier to like a B tier. Basically, you lost your prow damage. So that pretty dramatically hurt the spec. That has remained consistent up until now. So you don't really do great prow damage. Second thing I would say is that our bleed spreading is really clunky at the moment. So one of the changes Assassination Rogue got going into Midnight was they changed the way that we spread our bleeds, which I actually think in Raid is a good thing. It leads to a slightly smoother gameplay profile. But when there are enough targets, it's really awkward and slow. It's back in the War Within, when we were spreading our bleeds, we used to be able to spread them to like 3 targets at a time. That got changed to 2. So it's slower. And also, a lot of our damage right now is tied to our bleeds. So, so much so that the way you spread bleeds right now is through a builder. And if there are enough targets in a pull, it is actually correct for us to keep pressing our builder regardless of the number of combo points we have.
So
we could be at
so
full combo
bad.
points.
That's so bad.
And it's still correct for us to keep using a builder. Yeah. It is like, so first pull Algathar, you run in there, and you're just spamming your builder for like
that is
half the pull.
That is actually illegal design. That is so bad.
Now, this can be fixed with tuning, so like, hopefully that gets addressed. But yeah, that is not ideal. The last thing I'll touch on for why Assassination Rogue has fallen off so hard to do with our energy regeneration. So that's kind of one of the identities of the spec has been like managing your energy resource. In Raid, at least, this was true for the War Within. In Mythic Plus, you had a talent that would basically give you infinite energy and like 4 or more targets or something. Going to Midnight, I guess they want to make energy a meaningful resource in like all forms of content. So they absolutely like nerfed that talent, which means that our energy is now like we're gonna run out in all kinds of situations. In fact, our Apex talent is kind of like revolved around energy management. So that's like supposed to be a core part of our gameplay now. The problem is that the abilities that we press and the damage we do, it doesn't feel impactful enough to warrant like holding energy for. Like you'll try to like pull energy correctly and then use your damaging globals at the optimal times, and you do like no damage.
Yeah, of course. The only time something like pooling is a good design is when the payoff is like, wow, it was worth me doing that because I'm fucking owning, or this is a huge dot at the right time or something. But like, no, it's I mean, if there's no power from that, it turns out pooling is just being AFK, and it just feels like shit.
Yeah, 100%. So you just at the moment you just go into like a pool Mythic Plus, you're like pressing, you're spamming your builder perma, and then you run out of energy. So that's like the gameplay loop. It's good.
That's actually fucking so bad.
Yeah. So anyways, Assassination Rogue can stay down there. I think some of these issues can be fixed with tuning. So again, hopefully that improves, but that's where it is right now. And then Sub Rogue, last spec. Slightly better as was for Raid in Mythic Plus. Firstly, damage profile. You do pretty good damage at the moment right now just through like black powder spamming. Rotation is again really simple, but I actually give credit to one of the hero talent trees, Deathstalker. Rotation feels kind of fun to play. You alternate just using your AoE finisher and your single target finisher based on the state of your hero talents. Kind of reminiscent of I know you play Fellowship, playing Mara and like alternating between your like AoE and single target finisher and getting like damage benefits from both. It reminds me of that, and it's kind of fun. So despite being like a pretty simple class, it's good to play. But that's only one of the hero talent trees. The other hero talent tree, Trickster, is like a kind of lot more lacking. So just I don't know, nothing super crazy. You have bursty damage at the moment. It's tuned to be like pretty decent right now. Hopefully one of the hero talent tree rotations though is pretty fun. So I would put Sub Rogue in like B somewhere.
Okay. And also, I think for Assassination, too, I don't think a lot of your take was that you thought Assassination was doing that bad of damage. You just think the design is so bad that it needs to be ranked there. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yep, 100%.
I think that's fair.
There's also a point that I didn't cover, which is like positioning of talents is really awkward too. Like one of the sort of like the talent design of assassination right now is like you have talents that buff your poison damage and talents that buff your bleed damage. And throughout all of the War Within, you can kind of like move talents in either direction depending on what types of damage we're doing. You know, depending on the tuning, whether you wanted like more of your bleed damage or more of your poison damage. You can kind of do that in Midnight, but with the existence of Apex talents, we kind of lack a lot of talents to get like the bottom third of the talent tree on the spec tree side. So you kind of don't have the freedom to like move your talents around as much. And let's say you wanted to play like a bleed talent build, with the location of some of the talents on the tree, you're forced to take talent nodes that do literally nothing for you. Like one example I can give is like if you want to play a bleed damage build, you have to drop Dragon Tempered Blades, which is the talent that gives you 4 poisons. But in order to get the talents that buff your bleeds, you have to take a talent called Amplifying Poison, which you literally don't use at all as bleed build. So the location of talents is also kind of like weird. It's just in a hairy spot.
Yeah, that sounds horrible. All right. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, love you. Bye. Damn, I even gave him a chance too. Thought I was cutting it off too early the last couple ones. I gave him a fucking shot and he missed it. Actually, maybe phone lag. No, it's not a thing. It's not the 90s anymore. Okay. Calling preheat. Or maybe he just doesn't love me. Might have to do Porom first. Let's see. He said... No, I don't know. Let's see. Gonna do preheat, then Porom. Oh, preheat said if Porom wants to go first, that's fine. You wanna go now? I can already tell Chad is going to be the most mad about these rankings because a lot of times mages like will rank themselves even accurately low. So many people in chat basing none of it off of reality. They're just like, yeah, fucking sure, bro. That's the reaction. It's like, yeah, I bet you're bad, dude. Yeah, for sure, man. But like at least Mage, like defensively, that's not a meme. Like mages defensives are dog shit. They are an extremely squishy class in the expansion. That is inarguably true. Someone earlier said that I should try to message Warrior Sorry, or he like tried to get in my DMs. That was actually true. I just like didn't scroll down far enough. I tried to message him, "Are you around today?" But it said like your message could not be delivered. It's because you don't share a server, or the recipient is only accepting direct messages from friends. But, like, he messaged me. I don't even understand that. He messaged me, and then I tried to respond, and then Discord's like, you can't fucking do that. You're blocked? Well, you think he messaged me and then insta-blocked me? That would go crazy hard. Okay. Yeah, okay, I'm calling Porom. Hello.
How's it going?
It's going well, making it through. All right, so you specifically are an arcane lord. I know that the pruning has, I think the initial statement was like the pruning was not kind to you, but then I know that like a big issue with arcane was like if they're gonna not have these weak aura packs showing you all your buffs and shit, like arcane would have had to change. I don't know, where do you stand on all of that?
I actually thought the War Within Arcane was very intuitive and easy, even despite... So I made the Barrage Helper, right? I made that weak aura that pops up and it's orange and pink and purple and tells you when to barrage based on 25 different conditions. I made that to help people to just make it easier to track a bunch of buffs in a consolidated way. I didn't make it because the buffs were hard to track, right? For the most part, it was like, this buff,
so this was
singular buff in this condition, then fire it. Yeah, I'm the reason weak auras are gone. I'm sorry.
That's funny. All right, how did you think it ended up actually, though?
I think overall the rework, from my perspective, I think it makes the spec a lot worse, a lot less fun. I think a lot of arcane mages, like current player arcane mages, and this kind of echoes what Shindig was saying with Rogue, right?
Yeah.
Where I think a lot of the current players for arcane are not just used to the complexity. Some of them preferred arcane because they wanted that complexity, right?
Yeah,
I think the nuclear launch code is like the central theme of that. Is I think people liked a complex opener that resulted in like a big boom, right?
Yeah.
But ultimately they kind of deleted all that. Like arcane is like the guide is 4 lines long. It's extremely simple now. There are 2 capstones that kind of cause one of your spenders to cover what the other spender does. And so as a result, you just don't use the opposite spender when you're running one of those capstones. And then they also added the spell Arcane Pulse that's like an AoE version of Arcane Blast. And before it was like really slow and sluggish, and then on Tuesday this week they lowered the cast time half a second, and now it's like way ahead of Arcane Blast in damage, and now we're using it in single target, you know? And it's just not very well balanced from that perspective.
Beautiful.
I would call out like the hardest hit though, defensives by far. Alter time's amazing, our barrier's amazing. They do not cover our needs defensively, and in the kind of using the War Within and Dragonflight as a litmus. I know Midnight is coming off the one-shots a little bit, so maybe that won't be so bad, but I think, I really think they should have added a stam talent to the class tree to help out and kind of shore up our vulnerability to rot.
Yeah. Yeah, I was actually interested if you are do you agree with the opinion going around right now that mages are super squishy?
Yes, absolutely. I think, and the worst of it is before all of our defensives were premeditated, right? We had to know damage was coming ahead of time and prepare for it, which is pretty thematically Mage.
Except
down
for fire,
it,
arguably with Cauterize and stuff.
Yeah,
and
Cauterize
also,
definitely stood out.
Can we meet halfway a little bit? Mirror images is preemptive, right? Its uptime was high enough, I think, where not preemptive. Yeah. It's kind of just passive DR, but not really.
It was our anti-rot and kind of just a layer of DR. You're absolutely on point. I would say mirror images was the hardest loss for us because it was a kind of passive DR that we had that kind of shored up that weakness in health. Yeah. Overall, I think the defensive nerfs were justified in some vein, and I think you and I talked about this the last time we talked back in before Mana Forge, and we expected this, right? This is something we commented on where it was we know the nerf's coming, but it was just I think a little bit too heavy-handed, and I think Frost Mage is probably still all right because they have the 2 charges of Barrier and Ice Cold as their unique spec defensive, right?
Yeah, it's massively
Fire
massively more defensive, yeah.
Yeah, and Fire has Cauterize, which cheat deaths are in general kind of OP, right? I think Arcane's probably the shitty end of that.
Yeah, you're your saving grace is you're hoping that Blizzard does a really good job at what they said they're going to do, which is raids are going to do damage differently to you now than they have in the past, and losing all of this won't matter as much because it's a battle of attrition, and if you're just one of those classes, then your raid's health is slowly going lower, and you have less passive DR than someone else. You're just going to get more smart heals, right? You're not worried about living from 100 to 0 in 4 seconds every time there's a raid mechanic going out. But also, I think it's super fair to just be okay, well, I'll believe that when I see it, because that's just not what raid fights have looked like in a long fucking time. So, I don't know if you would necessarily feel safe.
Also, it's hard to imagine raids looking different than Farak and Tindril at this point, right?
Dude, also, another thing, you're talking about okay, we talked about how mage defensiveness needed to get nerfed. Sure. But were they the only class? No. I would argue that mages and DKs last season, DPS DKs, were probably on a similar tier of you're not really going to be able to kill this class. If not, DKs maybe even being stronger.
I was about to say, I would take that further and say DKs have been ignoring raid mechanics for like 8 years now, right? Like, I don't even think it's remotely close if you look at like long-term state of the class, right? Like mages have gone up and down, right? Shadowlands, we got altar and mirror images were buffed, and it was like mages started to take over defensively, but like I feel like DK has been in a stable
Yeah.
state of dominating defensive.
Yeah, exactly.
For
Like
years.
DK doesn't have blink, but they also can't be moved, and they have a hero talent where if you press the thing where you can't be moved, you also just get on a fucking mount for 10 seconds. Like yeah, and not to mention all that. Should they have been nerfed as much? I think they arguably got stronger until they nerfed this new rune. So like, yeah, that's just like the fact that both of those things can be true means that like if there's one person, this isn't true. If there's one person deciding the defensiveness of the game in general, they miss some stuff, but obviously it's different designers on different classes, and some things are not all built the same. But yeah, I think it's fair to feel singled out.
And I think for Arcane Mage in specific, a lot of it comes down to hero tree too. They nerfed the crap out of the Spellslinger defensive trait, which like made your barrier stronger when you used it at lower health. But then Sun Fury, they added a new ability that makes your barrier's effect last for 8 seconds after your barrier expires. And for Arcane, that means 25% DR on Magic, right? It's like really fucking strong. But right now, Sun Fury is like significantly, I think it's like 10% behind Spellslinger at the moment. So like we're not even going to be able to tap into like the defensive power of the hero trees because of that. I also think like Mage in general got completely ransacked on the talent tree for our class tree. So like we have talents in there that actively make our spells worse that are just you're never going to see anyone run improved remove curse or anything like that.
Yeah.
And I would say like compared to the War Within, this is probably the biggest backslide I've seen in spec design since Legion to BFA.
Yeah. Okay. Is Arcane going to be played in raid? And do you think do you think it's the Mage spec? How good is it?
So tuning wise, I think Arcane, we just took a 20% hit this week, right? So that's gonna definitely affect the ranking here. I would have said before in raid probably top of A. I think right now probably top of B, maybe under Demon Hunter, under Havoc, that is. I think the reason for that is Arcane is still going to bring really good burst and really good funnel. And I think those, in a general sense, are two of the really strong profiles you see in raiding
that's objectively
environments.
correct, yeah.
Yeah, and another strength as well. And I should also mention in the War Within, we're losing shifting power, which is going to also negatively impact defensives and timings for Arcane. However, one thing we're gaining with Spellslinger being strong, Arcane is actually competent at split cleave. So Arcane can, you can line up your orbs in such a way that you get really good second target damage from a mob that is potentially 35, 40 yards away. And I do think that that's a valuable potential there that Fire and Frost can't bring currently. I think if you go off tuning, for last I saw, Frost is probably going to be like your general, like if every fight were Patchwork, we would run Frost, right? But I think you'll probably see Arcane and maybe even Fire if the numbers shore up a little bit better on certain encounters with certain timings. I think it could actually end up being a pretty diverse Mage tier.
Cool. I mean, I feel like most tiers are like Mage is like one of the most diverse classes, I think. Like they just play a lot of different stuff, at least through an expansion, that's true. Okay, what about M plus?
I think for Mythic Plus, it's funny saying this, and chat's probably gonna completely roast me because in the last month, you look at any stream of beta play, Arcane is absolutely dominating. But like I said, we just ate a 22% nerf Tuesday, and while there's still some APL work to be done that'll shore that up, right? Probably gonna end up being like 18, 17 at the end of the day. That's still a significant drop in damage, right? Mages as a whole, we lost a lot of our defensive kit. We're one of the lowest health classes tied with Priest, who bring Power Word Fortitude in smaller groups, so they end up still having more HP than us. And Mage has lost a ton of utility as well, right? We still have some niche tools like Ring of Frost and obviously Frost Nova and Dragon's Breath Supernova have their uses, but losing Blast Wave is like was our low cooldown stop that just really helped. And yeah, so I'm a little bit more down. I think for Arcane, probably top of C, bottom of B. I'm thinking. I don't think it's going to be the best Mage spec in M+, that's for sure.
Well, okay, so I don't... I think there's some logic to that. Like, for example, you're saying low B. If it isn't the best Mage spec in Mythic Plus, it automatically can only ever be A, because I just don't think having... It's just so rare that two specs being in the same tier is like actually reality, because you're just going to like take the better one in groups a lot of the time. So it might like feel like it's a tier lower. So I think that makes sense. I mean, I'm not super familiar with Mythic Plus tuning, but at least the logic would make sense. We'll have to see where the other Mage specs end up.
Yeah, from what I've seen, at least Frost looks pretty strong numbers-wise, but Frost is also a very common case where, numbers say one thing and math says one thing, but the reality is a lot worse. So we'll see how that plays out. All right, love you, bye.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I got owned. Yo, chat, actually, real shit, though. I am very proud of you. I'm very proud of you all. The last time I talked to him, there was just a bunch of absolute fucking losers in chat. Just could not stop talking about the Lisp. And, like, 2 people said something right when he got on the call. And then, and then none of you said anything the entire fucking time. I'm just really glad that you guys were not the absolute fucking losers like last time. So, good. W chat, let's fucking go. So fucking good. Why bring it up? Because it really bothered me last time, and I'm really happy that it didn't happen this time. That's all. I just thought it was really shitty. Yeah, yeah, exactly. You praise some good human behavior every now and then. Someone in chat says, nothing wrong with a list, but the tier position is dog shit. I love chat, dude. Okay, all right, so Colin Preheat. Yo.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going good. Yo, grats on being a dad.
Thank you.
That's
it
fucking
is
hype.
great.
That is nice.
Yeah, dad hype is real.
Are you like stronger now?
Yeah, I'm stronger, I'm smarter, I'm faster, I'm better. It's crazy. You should try it.
Holy, well, yeah, I mean, maybe at some point. I'm not opposed to that. Pop out a little guy.
I'll be honest, everyone told me that, oh, it's so great, it's so great. I was always like, yeah, I don't know about that. But it really just like completely rewires your brain. I feel like my brain got stuck in the oven.
Yeah, that's
and now
one
I'm fully
thing.
cooked.
That's one thing that people say, and it like sounds... I like completely believe it. Like when people are like, yeah, my entire priorities in my life have shifted immediately. And I'm just like, that sounds fucking ridiculous, but also like I don't think you're making it up.
In the Doctor Strange movie where he like the lady like does the thing on his face and he like gets blasted into another universe and he's like flying through space and time. That's basically what happens.
Yeah. All right. Let's start with fire, because fire was one of those specs where I think at the beginning of like the pruning, it was just like, what the fuck is going on? I think it was like fire, Resto Shaman, and Demo Lock were all like just fucking ruined when they first posted these patch notes, but I haven't caught up with it since like that initial like negativity. So like where did fire end up like gameplay wise?
Yeah, so the initial alpha fire, I mean, you've seen it, right? It's been memed to death. Basically, it's like the example of Midnight Bad that people like to use. So whenever I talk about fire, I'm going to reference it a lot. It is doing a lot better than it was initially. So you might be surprised to hear that. Fire is actually really interesting in this case because if you take away the uptime parts of it, right, like that it had in The War Within, and you just focus on the talents, it's mostly the same as it was initially when they released it in alpha, but it was just honestly terrible. The gameplay was awful. It was, all the feedback was very negative on it. They've done a bunch of small tweaks to it, stuff like Fire Blasts, having more of those, more Fireball crits with overflowing energy, re-adding Scorch, repeated buffs to Pyroblast, flat cooldown on Combustion 60 seconds. Like there's a lot of stuff in there that they've changed. But the talents themselves, like the overall design is actually very similar. And the end result is that it plays so much better than it was initially. And I'm actually, you might be surprised to hear this, I'm very positive on Fire. Like, I think
interesting.
It's in a pretty good spot now.
In your opinion, you said better than it was initially, but is it more fun to play than it was last expansion?
Yeah, so that's the crazy part, right? Like all of these changes, if we look at how Fire is right now, the way that they've tweaked the gameplay and the talents, they give us a lot of what we were asking for. As it stands right now, I would say this is like a return to form for Fire. There's more emphasis on Pyroblast. Combustion is like a real cooldown now. It's not like this uptimey spec. And I think a lot of people, if they enjoyed Fire before the War Within, coming back and seeing it now, I think they're actually going to like the gameplay so long as they can get past what I would call like the overwhelming negative opinion on Fire that kind of persists online due to how bad that rough draft was whenever they first gave it to us in alpha.
Yeah, I mean that's just how like discourse goes though. Like that was when all of like everyone that's ever paid attention to WoW was paying attention to those changes, and then they didn't pay attention from then until still not now, by the way, not until season 1 are they really gonna be able to actually find out for themselves, because they don't keep up with everything in between, right? They pay attention to the big thing, and they pay attention to when they're actually going to be playing it in content that matters. So like that isn't going to be dispelled until like the season 1. Basically, people are just going to be like, it's terrible. There's no way around that.
I will say, if you're like really into how Fire was in season 3 of The War Within, you might be a little disappointed by the changes, but I think most players will actually find that the changes are better, and I even consider it to be better. And I loved the uptime version of Fire too. Like I like all these different versions. This one I would say is actually a step up from what we had previously.
All right, cool. What do you think about how do you think Fire is going to be the Mage spec in Raid, and how good do you think Fire is going to be?
So for context, there were a couple really massive bugs for Fire that were fixed yesterday. Okay, so the number, and just to give like a number, right, 15% damage is how much was missing from Sunfury. So that's like an astronomical amount. Like if you're watching anyone play Fire up until like today, basically, or yesterday after the change came in, you're probably gonna have like a pretty negative impression of it. With all of the dust settled and seeing the numbers now, it's really hard to say because we don't have raid testing again, but just from like playing it on the beta and trying to get a feel for it, thinking through like how the raid encounters work, I think Fire is actually in a really good position for the raid. Like Porm was mentioning, Mage defensives in general are kind of bad. One thing it has as kind of a disadvantage is it doesn't have the 2 charges of Berry, doesn't have the 2 charges of Ice Cold that Frost Mage has. And if it really comes down to just like survival, you're kind of, Cauterize is really good, right? But I think if you plan out how the fight's going to go, it can be way more useful to have those extra charges. So I think damage-wise in this raid, it's really going to be a mixture. I think a good Mage coming into Midnight like probably should be able to play all 3 specs, because there's likely going to be 1 or 2 bosses where one spec is better than the other one, just because of the nature of how the damage profiles are. So
that's positive.
Essentially what I'm trying to say is like, if the fight is mostly just kill the boss, have execute damage, because Fire does have execute damage, mobility, Sunfury Fire is very mobile. You can play Scorch. You spend like only 30% of the time in combat actually having to stand still. The damage is actually pretty good. It's not like overpowered. I don't want to oversell it, but it's pretty high. I think it could see some play as like the raid spec, but I guess we'll have to see where the tuning ends up in the end.
Okay. Sorry, did you say a letter there?
Oh no. Okay, so we're ranking it.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, let me look. Okay, this might be like controversial,
Oh, shit.
and people always say I sandbag this, but I'm gonna put Fire in low A, like the very bottom of A, for raid.
That's not. That's not sandbagging. Oh, are you saying like fuck everyone that says I'm a sandbagger? I'm putting it where it should be.
No, I'm just saying like I think like this is my real assessment of it. Like I think it is. It could very well be the spec that you just play, across the raid, and I think it deserves this rating. Yeah, I'm not gonna doom on it because the numbers, even though we've seen so much, I guess in Sims and in gameplay, it just wasn't where it needs to be. I think it deserves the A, honestly.
Okay. All right, cool. What about Fire Mythic Plus?
Okay, so in Mythic Plus, Fire can do pretty well in like big AoE scenarios, but when it comes to like what you're actually looking for and pushing like higher keys, it doesn't really have much prio damage like at all. Like Frost and Arcane are way more prio damage than Fire's gonna have. Arcane has a bit of funnel, Frost has a little bit of funnel, but mostly you're just kind of attacking one target, and it ends up being quite good. So even though the overall damage can probably be comparable, in reality, you have less defensives, and Cauterize, sure you have that, but the damage that you're losing in order to like Flame Strike is just too high. So I'm gonna probably put this one, I think in Mythic Plus, honestly, I might put it at the very bottom of B.
Okay. All right, talk about the Frost changes coming into this expansion.
Okay, so with Frost, they changed the mechanics behind the spec completely, but the rotation is actually very similar to what it was before, which is kind of interesting. So Shatter gameplay is no longer based on combos. Instead, you just build up like this freeze debuff, and it's going to stack on the target, and then you can cash it in for Shatter damage. So it's kind of similar to Bursting Wounds, but not nearly as impactful. So I don't want to like hammer that comparison too hard. You're kind of paying attention to it, but there's definitely like things that are higher priority than like using your Shatter damage. So Blizzard's been experimenting with like a whole bunch of different ways to do Shatter. We've seen like versions where Shatter is completely broken. We've seen versions where it's completely useless and you just ignore it. I think they're starting to approach like a better value for it, where it feels like you still care about it, but also it isn't just like oppressive in your rotation. So just for context, this is like a debuff that you build and you cash it in with Ice Lance primarily. There's other talents that can do it too, but it's mainly Ice Lance, and also Comet Storm is like an AoE Shatter spender. So this leads to kind of interesting gameplay, right? Because there's situations where you might want to set up during downtime. Like let's say, you have mirror images out, you're being really careful not to slow the wrong mobs while the tank is gathering the pull. If you can start building Shatter or like free stacks on the mobs as Frost Fury, let's say, or Frostfire, you could set up a pull where like all these mobs have freezing on them, right? And then you pop all your cooldowns, you do your Ray of Frost, and then you drop the Comet Storm. It's like boom, blowing up all of them at the same time. So like that aspect of it feels really fun. And this is something that like the old design of Frost could never do, right? Like there were combos that you do, but you never had the ability to just like set up all these ducks in a row and then just knock them all down at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, also there's like downsides of specs like that though. Like for me, you mentioned the wounds thing with Unholy. One of the most fun things with Unholy ever was like Festermite wound build, where you would just like build up wounds on a bunch of targets, and then when you popped, it just went absolutely stupid. But like also that was so frustrating because like whenever it didn't work well, or you were in too low of a key where you didn't get all of your damage off, or like that payoff didn't feel good considering the like setup for it. I feel like that's a really hard line to walk as being like the main way to do damage.
Yeah, and that's a really good point. One of my biggest criticisms of the current Frost design is that it doesn't really feel rewarding enough whenever you're playing it. And this is especially true in single target. In AoE, there are scenarios like I just mentioned, but this is like kind of a niche thing. Overall, I'd say like it's like the midnight effect, right? Like there's a lot of specs where you're doing things, it's simplified. There are, ways you can optimize your damage, but you're not really getting the satisfaction of like the big hit that you used to have with like old Glacial Spike or like other versions of Frost. It feels very like the damage profile is like very flat overall. So I kind of wish that the gameplay felt more rewarding. Also, when it comes to pruning, not a huge fan of how Glacial Spike just replaced Frostbolt. I know a lot of people have like differing opinions on this, and it probably makes sense for pruning to do it this way. But unfortunately, like the current implementation of it's just awkward, right? There's like situations where you'll like be precasting your Frostbolt, or sorry, your Glacial Spike as the boss is about to be pulled. and it'll just like turn into Frostbolt and like interrupt your casts because you're like entering raid combat, which is just really awkward. But you know, with the tweaks they've been making to Fire and Frost since Alpha, like I think they're heading in the right direction. So you know, both of these versions of Mage, I would say, are probably better than the old version. It's just that, you know, there's still some rough edges.
Okay. How good do you think Frost is going to be in raid?
So if a raid boss is like consistently 2-target cleave, Frost is going to be really good on that encounter, and there are a couple bosses that are like that in the raid. One thing it really doesn't have going for it, though, it doesn't have any execute, right? It's also like single target damage is pretty high. It could just be like the spec you play across the board for most players. But I think if you're really cutting edge on like the prog and you know, things like execute matter a whole lot in these cases, I could see it being a little bit lower. Also, it has better defensives than Fire. So I'm gonna have to say for the raid rating, I'm gonna put it at the very, very top of B. And that's simply because I think that with the encounters, the fact that it's so like flat with its damage profile, I think will work against it. But I expect to see it on many bosses. Like I think there are going to be plenty of bosses where you play Frost, and especially the first week, because the Frost tier bonus, by the way, it does like basically nothing. Okay, your whole tier bonus is Frost, gives you 4% damage. So if you don't have the tier bonus, like you're gonna be probably playing Frost, right? Like for Fire, it's like 9.4%, way better tier bonus, right? So I think it's gonna be really good in like those early weeks as you're getting geared up, but maybe as you get higher up, it might start falling off a little bit.
Huh. Okay. And then you said in Mythic Plus you thought they did like better overall than Fire, so I'm assuming it's gonna go into A.
Yeah, so I think in Mythic Plus, Frost is probably just the spec to play when it comes to Mage specs, because it doesn't have like the funnel of Arcane, but it has like very high single target damage, so it's like very good prio. In AoE, it does better than like, you know, Arcane and Fire, like up to 2 target. At 3 target, things get a little weird. There's like some shuffling around between 3 and 5. Of course, all the specs kind of change positions there, but I think in Mythic Plus, Frost is probably let's see, I'm probably gonna say like the very, you know what, let's go low A on Frost for Mythic Plus, because I think it actually does have like the invis skips it have are really good. It does have some of that utility still. Sure, it's pruned, every class is pruned though, and yeah.
All right, W. All right, that's all I need.
Sweet.
Bye. I started to say it. I had to find the call. I was like prepping it. Reptar, you are making noises, dude. What is happening right now? Arr. Hey, what are you talking about? Arr. Hey, buddy, come here. Dude, he just got absolutely bodied by Lily. All right. Okay, we're almost done here. We have Warrior, who I don't have someone for anymore. Crickcake is, I think, done streaming. Warrior Sorry is unable to come on. I have Tettles for Moonkin. He said he could be around. And then I need a Dev and an AUG person. And then I'm not ranking Ellie. Someone earlier in stream was like, can you just rank Ellie already? And I'm going to chaos not do it. Okay, so I'm going to... Let me see if he's still around. He said, yeah, sure, around all day. You ready? He said, yeah, sure. Okay. If we can't find anyone for a couple of these specs near the end of this, we'll just like... I'll literally just get an opinion of someone who kind of knows what they're talking about, just throw it in there, and then we're going to revise this list before the season starts multiple times. So, we'll have a chance to get someone on. Or I'll just make it up. Yeah. Or I'll just have chat do it. Hello?
Yo, what up?
Yo, how do you feel about Moonkin gameplay in the expansion compared to the last one? I know they made like a ton of changes, right? Like they tried to move away from the whole like rotating. What's it like?
Yeah, they got rid of the rotating eclipse thing. Now you actually have to it's like a manual button that you end up pressing. The manual button is kind of carried by Apex talents in terms of like how good it feels to press, but like realistically, it's still kind of like a maintenance buff, and there's like 75% uptime on it. They wanted it to be more impactful, but I think it feels better personally. Moonkin was a specialization that I think in the War Within, it actually was like really heavily pruned going into the War Within. And so I would say one of the specs that actually got more things added whenever a lot of specs got things removed. So I think it's actually increased in complexity in a way that I actually find to be pretty fun. Mastery got reworked, so now you no longer have to actually dot targets. Now it's just like flat damage, so that like reduces your ramp time on AoE, which in theory should allow you to be able to AoE on fights like Forge Weaver or like Lumathar or something.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Also, we got better defensively whenever most.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask you about, because like the defensive thing has been probably like the biggest singular shift in between classes.
Yeah. So Renewal got removed, which was like a 20% like heal on yourself, but now you have Heart of the Wild, which basically you would like shift into bear form and press Heart of the Wild, and then you have 30% HP gain for 20 seconds after you press it. So that's a pretty real defensive, all things considered, and you don't have to sit bear form for forever to have it.
Yeah, I think that's the best of making use of that, because I think for a while, like saying Moonkins can just always be in bear form is like, okay, well, like you can't, because you have to like do the fight, but having you only have to do it once, but then you get 20 seconds of value, and 30% HP is definitely really strong. Like that's like
you're still susceptible. You're still susceptible to rot damage, which, there's a lot of rot damage in Midnight, but I mean, it's, it can't get really that worse. I think it's actually fine. I haven't really encountered anything through Mythic Plus testing where I feel like I'm any squishier than any other spec. I think it's mostly fine defensively.
That's good. I think that's the first time in a long time where Moonkins haven't felt like one of the squishiest classes. I feel like all of last expansion, actually, Moonkins were like just a major liability for dying.
Yeah. I mean, build-wise, I think that this is actually one of the more interesting builds. Like, I think this is the best that balance has actually personally felt in a long time, even though a lot of it's actually pretty similar to War Within with the talent trees. Where like a lot of the talents are like 1% damage gains, but we talent into a decent amount of procs that, I mean, whenever we were playing like last expansion, everything was very, like you would do the exact same thing every single pull. And just having 2 additional procs now that you're playing around, I think makes the spec feel a lot better. There's like a couple of weird things, like, there's a bunch of talents that are 1% damage gains, but like, it is what it is. Yeah, I mean, I actually enjoy how Moonkin plays right now. I think it's quite a bit better than it has been in a while.
All right, great. So gameplay improvements, but what about power? How strong do you think it'll be in Raid? And do you think it will be the Druid buff?
Yeah, so I don't think it's actually good is the problem. I mean, it's gotten buffed like 3 beta patches in a row now where it's just constantly kind of getting aura buffs. I hope that they actually only continue to aura buff the spec, because I actually like the build that we're currently playing. Okay, so basically, I've done a lot of Mythic Plus. Raid is really hard to guess. I think the single target damage, at least from what I'm seeing in Mythic Plus, the single target looks really bad on the spec. Now, I'm looking at the other stuff in C, and I think it's, kind of comparable single target to things like Shadow Priest. I think it's a little bit better than maybe like Ret Paladin on single target. So I'd probably be inclined to put it in like C. Now, there are a lot of AoE fights in the Raid, but as it turns out, there's some specializations that do twice your single target sometimes. And so that's kind of hard to really figure out like where you're supposed to be. because tuning's kind of been all over the place this beta cycle. It's something that's been a little bit weird, where they've been a little bit late on tuning. So, but yeah, I would probably be inclined to put it in like C for raid.
Okay, man, that's pretty solid. Well,
Yeah,
I guess it's near the bottom, but I mean, some people were like hella dooming on Moonkin, but
I think it's better than some of the stuff that's in C, but I think it's definitely worse than most of the stuff that's in B. I think like the single target drawback is like pretty severe. Like in theory, we should be able to AoE a little bit better in raid. So I think that if we got aura buffs, it could actually, be a more competitive spec for sure.
Okay. And then what about Mythic Plus? Sounds like you think their AoE is pretty good.
Well, I actually think it's probably C and Mythic Plus as well. I mean, I'm looking at the stuff that's also in C. I think it's worse than pretty much everything that's in B. I think it's just a little bit undertuned more than anything else. Which a lot of Shindig was just like dooming Rogue to death. So I'm not that mad about Balance Druid. I just think it's a little bit underpowered.
Yeah, I think a lot of his case is he's aware that Assassination is doing more damage than where he ranked it. He just thinks the design is so bad that he's putting it there until it's fixed. I can respect that.
I think I'm like on the other end where I'm like, okay, design way better. I've seen worse. I would be down for a couple of aura buffs and it would be fine. Like I don't need much else.
I mean, that's a better place to be in than a lot of other situations, I think. You'd rather have the gameplay be fun and then the tuning just be like an aura buff away from fixable rather than things being like fundamentally fucked. And defensiveness is like, I think defensiveness is going to be a huge fucking problem in the game in season 1 actually. Like the variance between like how tanky some classes are and how squishy some classes are is bigger than it's been in a very long time.
I mean, I think that Moonkin suffered from it was so hard to actually AoE and raid. I remember just like Forge Weaver and Lumathar prog. It was like you can't even kill the tank of webs on Moonkin. That was really cringe. And like these Forge Weaver ads need to die so fast and you really couldn't AoE them. And now you're probably going to be able to do like 60 or 70% of your AoE potential without dotting them as opposed to like 40% or 30%. So it's definitely, there is a chance. Like it would be better in like a Styx Bunk Junker fight now. Like if they revived that boss somehow.
They were goated on Styx Bunk Junker.
Yeah, well, it'd be better. So
it'd even be better. Even nice. It was the only fight that raid. They were so bad they never got considered being brought for any other fight, but you wanted like multiple on Styx. So
yeah, that was good.
All right, love you. Bye. See ya. You're done. He still had more to say too. He hasn't even left the call yet. You still there, man?
Yeah. What's up?
See ya. Oh, dude. Holy shit. Get out of the call, kid. Get out of my lobby. Oh my god. Okay, he's still in the call, man. I feel bad. I'm pretty sure he got me last time, and I can't let that ever happen again. Someone messaged me and said, I can vibe rank Ellie if you want. Tettle said, happy birthday, man. Oh, it is actually going to be my birthday tomorrow. That's going to be fun. And I'm getting to play Fellowship all day. Literally, my mom is in town, although she's going to be at a relative's tomorrow. And my girlfriend and my mom asked me what I wanted for my birthday, and I said, don't bother me at all and let me play Fellowship all day. And that's what I'm going to do for like the next 3 days, actually. I'm going to call Dump. Hello?
Yo,
so do you you said you could chaos rank Ellie, but do you play Ellie?
yeah. It's something where, like, I've been playing Ellie for 3-ish expansions now.
Oh, that's okay. That's not a fucking vibe rank. You just know what you're talking about.
For the most part, yeah. I've done less testing for this beta cycle than I have for previous expansions, but still enough to know at least what's going on.
Okay.
It's kind of a weird. It's kind of a weird vibe right now with Ellie because with the War Within at that half patch in Nerebar, we got that like insanely good rework, and the spec was honestly the best it's felt as long as I've been playing it. And then going into the War Within, like we're keeping that cool version of Ascendance. It's just not as it doesn't pack as much of a punch, and we don't have Ascendance procs anymore, so it kind of loses that excitement of getting that proc. And now it's just you play Farseer for pretty much everything. The Stormbringer buffs that we got recently could be cool, but I don't think it's going to be better than Farseer. And it's just kind of a bland style. Like even looking in just like the messages from the last time we talked, I had talked about Flame Shock spreading. That's kind of one thing that I was most disappointed in seeing these initial changes, because we got Flame Shock spread with Voltaic Blaze, something that enhancements had for a while, but then they took away the thing that we wanted the Flame Shock spread for, which was Primordial Wave. So that was kind of a weird change for me. But I mean, I know a lot of people are still enjoying it. The spec still does good numbers, at least in Mythic Plus. In Raid, I'd say it's like for Raid, I'd probably put it right next to Enhance, if I'm being honest. I don't think it's spectacular. I don't think it's bad. If you want Sky Fury, I think you could play really any Shaman spec.
Okay. What do you think defensively though? Like, where do you think Shamans have ended up on the defensive train?
In the defensive train, so I mean, we lost Stone Bulwark Totem, which was just a 3-minute cooldown shield totem. So like, that's kind of shitty. But we also got Earth Elemental. It's for 30 seconds now instead of a minute, but it's also half the CD that it was, so it's 2.5, I think now. So like, it's not terrible. And then Astral Shift is the exact same thing.
I'm just gonna.
We did.
I think if you had the choice between a 5-minute, 1-minute long thing versus a 2.5-minute, 30-second long thing, it's not even close. The 2.5-minute thing is like I'm gonna go ahead and say it's like probably twice as good. Like I bet you would, because like you're not gonna die both times, and it's just like up more often, and you never actually need defensiveness for a minute. Like I don't know, I think it's just better.
Yeah, and they did add a talent, kind of to counteract, or I guess push back on that thought. So we had a talent called Primordial Bond that whenever we had an elemental out, we had a 5% DR. They took that away and replaced it with when you summon Earth Elemental, it no longer taunts things. So, like, kind of a decent trade-off, kind of irrelevant for Raid, good for M+. You have an extra defensive in Trash that's not just going to be murdered in a second.
Yeah.
So that's all right. We did just get a Brimming with Life buff, which is the max health passive node tied to Ankh. So that's neat. We got I think it was 20%, or no, it was 2 times the health gained for Nature's Guidance, which is really nice. And then if you're talented into the Farseer tree, you also just get that buffed. I don't remember exactly what the buff is. I don't have the game open right now. But we got some decent changes, and a nice quality of life one is I can't. It was like something imbuements. It was whenever you press Lightning Shield, you also cast Earth Shield, and then any weapon imbuements. So Flame Tongue weapon for enhance, you get the other ones. For Resto, you get Earth Living. So it's decent QOL, but the spec itself is kind of bland in comparison to what it was in The War Within.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just a lot of things taken out that kind of made Ellie what it was.
Yeah, that's sad. I've actually, Ellie is one of the more fun specs, I think, that I've played. It's like my favorite range spec, actually, has always been. How do you think they'll do in Mythic Plus, though?
I think in Mythic Plus, the damage profile is good. Well, good enough. I don't think it's spectacular. It does good single target. We kind of lost all sense of priority damage that we had in these most recent seasons, with them removing Echoes of Great Sundering, and the fact that we play Farseer, so you no longer play Elemental Blast, you stick with Earthshock. So it's either just all AoE or all single target, but with Farseer, you could it's pretty. When you get into the lower target counts, it's pretty nice. I'd probably put it right below Havoc in A, because one, Sky Fury is really good, and then the numbers are still good even after the nerfs. And I think there's some viability for both hero trees in M+. It's just going to be dungeon dependent.
Okay, sweet. All right, that I mean that was much more than a little vibe ranking. That felt pretty good. All right, let me buy. Owned. All right, we have a few specs left. I am actively fading. I can like feel that. I'm going off of like maybe 7 hours sleep total over the last 2 nights, and that's from the time that I went to bed and then woke up in the morning. But I woke up at least 4 or 5 times each night, you know, with like a fever and shit. So real bad sleep. I'm gonna try to get through these. I don't know if I have a warrior today. I might, and I don't have an evoker. So we're going to vibe rank these as a chat. Okay? One at a time. We're going to vibe rank. And then don't worry if you guys are like a warrior or whatever. Before the season comes out, we're going to revise this multiple times, and I will make sure to actually talk to someone who does these things. Yeah. So for number 1, we will start with Feral. We're not going to talk about gameplay or fucking anything. How good do you guys think Feral is in Raid? Just type things, and if it's like really confusing, I'll do a poll, but usually people end up around the same thing. Save some time. It takes a full minute for the poll to go off. Definitely C is the average. All right, put it right in the middle of C, W. All right, letting the things, letting them stop. All right, now Mythic Plus, though. Mythic Plus for Feral. Seeing ABC, ABC, ABC. Some people are saying worse. Midnight UI, dog shit, A. All right, there's too many things. We have to pull it. We have to pull it. All right, it's up. That's funny. It's literally B is the leader, and then Midnight Default UI is second. All right, fuck it. We'll put it in B. Call it a day. So it's C. Oh, yeah. See, that's why polls kind of suck. And using the average that you see in chat is actually more accurate. We'll just put low end of B. Leave it at that. Because I think some people are also probably just being chaotic. Okay. Evoker. Evoker in Raid. Seeing S. I think S means crazy style, right? I'm seeing mostly A's and S's, but definitely more crazy styles and S's than that. So we'll put Og in crazy style. Og and Mythic Plus. Also S. Cool. Cool. Devastation in raid. Chat. Seeing a lot of A's, mostly A's. Few S's, few B's, mostly A's. It's called an A. All right. Devastation in Mythic Plus. Mostly B's, few C's, few A's. A little bit more A's now. Still mostly B's. Let's go B. All right. Warrior gamers. Arms Warrior in Raid. Midnight default UI. Okay. Arms Warrior Mythic Plus. Oh my god, it might even be worse. Some people are saying still looks default Midnight UI. All right, fuck it. All right, Fury Warrior and Raid. Mostly B's, few A's. Fuck it. Wait, who rated Devourer? Chat. All right, Fury Warrior Mythic Plus. AB. Also, ooh, a lot of more A's, actually. All right, fuck it. I actually trust chat. I think in Raid, you guys are making it the fuck up. But I think in Mythic Plus, you guys are much more knowledgeable because I think there's just people streaming beta Mythic Plus keys pretty often. So, like, I feel like you guys probably have a pretty good gauge of that. And chat's never wrong. All right, so we'll revise this in a few weeks, but pretty average looking split. And it's all objectively correct as well. All right. Moving on. So, I'm going to be playing Fellowship a lot the next 3 days, and I actually haven't paid attention to anything that has come out about the game since I stopped playing it. So I'm going to like spend the next bit of this stream actually like purely just like preparing that. I'm gonna like log in again, make sure I have everything set up. Let's see. Fellowship Twitter. There's new class videos. Oh shit. All right, let's check that out. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I felt a little left out of this. I saw some people. I think a few of you guys know that like a pet peeve of mine is like when people get to play new games or new seasons before other people. That just like has always really bothered me. And then also, I mean, this is like a sponsored stream, and I feel like, I don't know this. I'm not doing, it's not that deep, but like, I feel like I streamed like an actual shitload of Fellowship to a lot of people, and I didn't even get contacted for something like this. And I'm just, it's not deep. I'm just a little bummed about it. That's all. All G, let's check the patch notes, but I want to see the class videos first. Welcome to Early Access Season 2. 2 new heroes, Aona and Xavian, join the Fellowship. Aona is a time-slowing healer who can help calm the chaotic nature of battle. Blah, blah, blah. Right, what's the tank? Is a healer... Xavian, a healer tank hybrid. Okay, that... I looked at nothing else. This guy's gonna be fucking cracked. Or maybe it's like prop paladin in a way, Because, like, the other tank they had was, like, very prot warrior, but, like, if you can actually expand on the whole healer tank hybrid thing, what that means is if you can just stay alive as a tank, and I guess do decent damage, but they, like, make your group never die, as opposed to other tanks, like, the power of that is just extremely strong. Or maybe healer tank hybrid is more like Death Knight, because they can, like, self-sustain, but I mean, so could the monk, so... Our new soloable area is ready for its first adventurers. The development of the Glade is intended to give new players a place to practice with new heroes and for returning players to spend time. I'm actually soaking. What is this? The intention was to make a space that can be both played solo or with others. Since we want to know this mode is received as a starting point, we've removed quick play to let this new mode breathe. What? I mean, I guess that makes sense. Quick play was probably just a placeholder, just in general. Think of it like a training area. We filled the space with NPCs, quests, and a few events. Okay, so they basically just made like a small zone. That's interesting. Okay. We've added Pathfinder's Guidance, a new ascension that will highlight suggested packs to pull your path through a dungeon. Oh, this is really smart. WoW actually did this in the upcoming season too. Actually, upcoming season as well. It's season 1, which I think is just an absolute slam dunk. Like that's so smart. For tanking is the hardest role, and maybe let's not say hardest. It's just like it has the most weight on the. It's the hardest. It's the hardest role in Mythic Plus. It has the most responsibility, and like taking some of that at least out of the players' hands that are like a little new, I think in any way is always positive. So it's good. This is by no means a min-max path. No, if you are pulling this Pathfinder's Guidance, if Dorky's ever offline, I'm pulling other packs for you. And I know I'm the problem, by the way. I know that players hate when people do that. It's just I got spending time in that dungeon and the pull's too small. You'll live and everything will die. It's all good. Whenever players are in combat with enemies marked by this, they gain 20% haste. This bonus reduces with each league as you progress. Pathfinder's Guidance only exists as leagues. Oh, that's so smart. Yeah, it's just like getting you into it. Sweet. To increase social safety, players can now block other players, preventing them from seeing that. Oh, cool. Yep. Gotta be able to block the weirdos. New in-game store. I'm buying everything, bro. Because, like, my biggest issue with Fellowship is I feel like they aren't going to make enough money. And I love the game, and I want them to keep making seasons of this so I can keep playing it. So I'm going to buy every single one of these things just to support them. But yeah, I hope other people do as well. Sweet. General changes. Quick play has been removed. Got it. Known issues of development cycle for season reset has been right up to the wire. Our translation efforts have had to run a catch-up effort as well, meaning some of the newest parts of the game will remain untranslated for the next few days of the final... Oh, got it. Yeah, like other languages and stuff. I think is what that means. UI and UX. Hero-specific input bindings. Oh, that's fucking huge. I kind of forgot that wasn't even a thing. I just made it work, but yeah, sweet. Chat, I don't really care about that. Game Finder, don't really care about that either. Added, HUD we care about. Added size options for ability cast bar, that's good. Fonts doesn't matter. Cosmetic screen, that doesn't matter. Okay, yes, here we go. Let's fucking lock the fuck in. How are they going to make a new season of this game feel meaningfully different if you're not going to go full new dungeons, right? Like, yeah, there's new classes, but like, what's that ARPG type shit that makes me feel like a fucking beast for obtaining it? Okay, all enemy advanced mechanics, Vare's Legacy, I don't actually know where that is, have been moved from Adept to now activate from the Paragon Capstone Dungeon up through Eternal. Oh, okay, so basically, Fellowship, when it first came out, had this issue where it would... Basically, people would go through, like, the first level, and then as soon as they got into the second level, everything gained a new ability, and, like, obviously was harder because it's, like, meant for a higher eye level. And that just, like, I think was a really difficult point for players. For me, I pugged a lot in that, And like pugging Adept was actually fucking insane. Like you would see shit you would never unsee in your entire life in that difficulty mode. So they're just easing the rate of progression and how difficult things get, which is probably smart. The intention is to make the step into Eternal be a clear increase in challenge the game offers as players have gotten access to all their abilities. I think this is somewhat of a downside for like players that really know what they're doing in these kind of games though, because like basically everything before Eternal is going to be Mickey Mouse as fuck. But I mean, that's like Eternal's the game, so maybe that's fine. The time limit Ascension, Asha's Regret, is now introduced at Champion. Okay, so no timers for Champion. Fine. Same concept as the first thing. Actually, wait, let's see this. Complete the... you do not have to time the Contender Capstone to unlock Adept. You do not have to time the Adept Capstone to unlock Champion. Also great changes. And it's only here where you start doing that. I think they're just moving back a lot of that stuff. Great changes. Okay, curse is added. Wait, there's no timer. What do you mean there's no timer? There's no timer in general? Oh, there's timer for these. I think chat might be delayed. Curse is added. Ira, the White Witch, and Gahorn, the Avalanche, have been added to the pool from the Winter Hearthwarming event. I don't remember that. Their exact values have been adjusted to better match the pace of leagues. Storm, Shield, and Anomalous Orbs have been added to the pool. Malevolent Shade and Carnage were removed from the pool. Okay, Malevolent Shade sucked my whole thing, so that's good. One of the worst ones. What was Carnage? Does anyone remember what Carnage was? Grievous? Oh yeah, Grievous was pretty nasty. It was just like one of the more difficult ones that didn't feel like it gave you like meaningful upside. Or wait, was that the one that just didn't... I felt like Grievous was like kind of tough. Am I thinking of a different one? And they said they added Storm Shield and Anomalous Orbs. I guess we just don't even know what those are. They right here. Here we go. Periodically, players will charge up with Red Lightning for 8 seconds. Oh my god, don't do it. After which a massive bolt strikes all players with lethal damage. For the 8 seconds that players are charged up, players are granted Storm Shield, which reducing all damage by 50%. In addition, the damage is split with other players near you. Players who survive the massive bolt are granted storms. It's thundering, right? It's like thundering and quaking at the same time, except they want you to stack instead of spread. That's fine. There was a ton of issues with thundering that were not the actual design of the mechanic. It was mostly how big the punishment was. Which it looks like the punishment for this will be that you die. If you don't stack with someone, right? It doesn't even look like you maybe even need to stack with everyone, but you probably, if you solo this. All right, okay, but what's the... Okay, the benefit is you gain 20% critical strike chance. So my character was critical strike capped. With some talents and other things. So this... Oh no, I forget. The way that this game works is for every percentage you are above 100% crit, it just makes your crits do more damage. So that's actually perfectly fine. I was thinking that would be wasted, but... Leagues. Players are no longer required to attain a specific item level to unlock and play in the next league. Huh? The only requirement is that... Oh, did they previously make it so, like, to play in this new league, you would have had to, like, have played the game initially at launch before playing it or something, just so you don't instantly get shit on? The dungeons for... Oh, no, the leagues are the things we mentioned before, right? These are the... Like, Adept is a league. Paragon is a league, I think. I skipped an affix. Oh, you're right. Sorry. 3 anomalous orbs spawn near enemies periodically. These orbs are targetable and can be damaged. Explosive, right? Except it's not random and based on the amount of mobs and like completely RNG. It's exactly 3 on a timer. That's not that bad. Once spawned, they cast Detonate, an interruptible cast that deals heavy damage to all players if left unchecked. They are susceptible to all forms of crowd control, which will also interrupt the cast of Detonate. They take 400% increased damage while not actively casting Detonate. Okay, so you do want to actually stop them unless they just die to AoE regardless. How long is the cast? That's the question, right? Each anomalous orb a player destroys grants 480 gem power. What? Each anomalous orb grants 480 gem power to the corresponding color of the orb that was destroyed for 45 seconds. That's a kind of a cool buff. I kind of like that. So they're going to spawn more than 3 orbs, right? Or are the 3 orbs random? Because there's more than 3 gem colors? Is it only the person who gets the killing blow or anyone that does damage to them? So do healers that don't do any damage to them not gain anything? I'm assuming that when they die, it's going to give every single player the buff. It would be insane if it didn't. It's got to just be your whole group, yeah. New eternal shards. Players now need 2 shards to progress to the next eternal difficulty level. Timing each dungeon will unlock its shard, and timing a capstone dungeon will unlock 2. That's the exact same thing as it was before, right? It's just they added an actual name to it. Each dungeon can only reward a player once, so they will need to try different dungeons at different difficulty in order to unlock access to the next. Oh. No. It is different. It is different. Now to progress to the next level, it used to be that capstones would actually give you 2 eternal levels and every other thing gave you 1, and now it's just capstones give you 1, everything else gives you 2. It's slowing down the rate you progress through eternal, which honestly is extremely fast, so I think that's like perfectly fine. It's probably a good change. Difficulty scaling. The difficulty scaling of the league has been adjusted. In general, the game is less punishing in lower leagues and scales up faster in Eternal. We also wanted to tone down the amount of difficulties players are progressing through in Eternal. The old 85 Eternal difficulty is now equivalent to a plus 30. Oh, shit. I don't actually... you know what? Maybe that's good. It's going to be very different. That's a massive change, by the way. Like, also, we are going to be Eternal 1 or 2 farming forever. That's crazy. Okay, items. New relic, Obsidian Sigil. Only available for tank heroes. Grants a 30%. That's really smart, by the way. Grants 30% damage reduction to yourself for 9 seconds on a 1-minute cooldown. Great, just giving you a personal. Which also, it's interesting to me that they made this a relic and not like just built into their class, because it also means that like your tank's ability to provide utility to your group is nerfed by the fact that they're getting a defensive, which is probably balanced around them having. Okay. Yeah, also I'm just glad about the difficulty scaling thing, because honestly, like the difficulty, you could do like a +4 higher difficulty of a dungeon and it feels exactly the same. I feel like that's just so weird. All right, traits. Many traits have had their power adjusted. Treasure Hunter's Delight has been removed from the game. That's probably good. New defensive weapon trait, Ancestral Intervention. When you take damage that would kill you, your health is set to 1 and you are immune. It's cheat death. And then the higher rank, literally every single class is going, this is Astro broken. Every single weapon needs to have this. Immediately the best trait in the game. All good. When you take a new one, when you take damage equal to 40% of your max health or more in a single hit, the damage is reduced by up to 40%. That's also super insane. That's super insane. Like that increases the key level in which you were to actually get one shot by something by an insane number. Just alone. Like preemptively DRs it if it works. I mean, both of those instantly turbo broken. You need this on every weapon. Major trait, Sapphire Aura Stone. Functionality has been updated. Is now placed near your target when you activate your spirit ability. Has a duration equal to your... What did it used to do? I guess it doesn't have here, but... Major trait, Diamond Strike, has been updated and now gains 30% increased damage for each stack of this you have. Emerald Judgment has been updated, now triggers your currently active rank for first strike. And Hunter's Focus now resets the player's targeted defensive ability on another target as intended. I don't remember what most of those are, but I'll sure read the tooltips when the game's out. Earthbreaker, damage has been increased, the stun duration has been increased to 3 seconds. Oh, that makes sense. This was the one that like AoE stuns the group and it does big damage, but it's on a extremely long cooldown. Yeah, it felt like the CC wasn't useful enough, and the damage was like just infinitely worse than other stuff. Okay, seems like it's a good change. That thing felt weak. Twilight Skybolt, base damage and healing increased by this. I don't even know what that means. Icicles, base damage this. I also don't know what that means. Fated Strike. This was the one I think I used all season, right? The CDR one. Base damage reduced. Cooldown increased to 72 seconds with 70. No longer grants an expertise bonus. And the Shackle one is just no longer on the global. Okay. Oh, here we fucking go. Gems. Gems are really interesting. Gems, in a large part, are the reason you keep playing a season. Like, everything else gets maxed out actually, like, pretty fast. Like for example, we're going to play all day, every day over the weekend. I think by the end of the second day, I am probably going to be full bis Eternal. Or very close. Most of your optimizing after a short amount of time actually becomes gems. Maybe a little longer than that if they slowed down progression a little bit. So good. As a new material, Divine Aether will start dropping from a Paragon capstone on higher difficulty. They can use Divine Aether to imbue their items. A 35% gem socket at the crafter. Oh, so you can... What? You're going to be able to just... I mean, okay, this is going to speed up how quickly you get bis. This is a very good thing. Now, keep in mind, this is coming from someone who... My low RNG the first season of Fellowship was... It took me a comically large amount of time to get a weapon that was good. With the right trait on it. Like, comical. I think I almost had 30 weapons before I got it, which is fucking crazy. Everyone else I know, like, 5-shot it or less. But I had full 35% essence bonus in my gear, like, a week before anyone else on my team did. I just, like, one-shot every socket. It made no sense. So, I didn't, like, feel the pain from this. I'm just assuming, like, how would it felt if my low RNG felt less bad? And it would have felt fucking amazing. My stream title for multiple days was like, I'm basically going to end it all if I don't get this item. New added gem budding. Players can now utilize ingots, aethers, and godstones of the same rarity to create a copy of a small gem. Okay, yeah, because these become kind of... not as useful at a certain point. So a monopod is one small gem is created in exchange for uncommon ingredients. Double bloom. Okay, so I'll need to see exactly how gems and stuff work, but I'm interested to see how this plays out actually. Like I need to see how long it's gonna what they did to gems basically fully before I realize how much of your mats you're going to throw away for just small. Because like getting small gems is in mass is like kind of what you're gated by up to a certain point, you know. Gem bonus updates. Sapphire. Ancestral Surge now grants +10 to +30 of your maximum spirit points. What is Ancestral Surge again? Isn't that just pressing your button? Or is that something else? Isn't that like pressing your ult? No, I know Sapphire are blue gems. I'm just like, oh no, Ancestral Surge is the buff that you get when you use your ult. That was with the Sapphire gem. Got it. Now grants +30 to your spirit points. In addition to the 24% primary stat. Wait a second. This says you are going to get 30% of your ult recharged from pressing your ult when you get enough points in this? Is that what this means? No, you don't waste spirit gain. Oh. Like, if you hold your ult, you're not losing value from holding it. Oh, that's so goated. I'm playing Sapphire. I don't know if it's going to be my main gem, but that's fucking cracked. All right. Essence of the Prophet now reduces spirit point cost of your spirit ability by 15%, in addition to the 18-second duration bonus of Spirit of Heroism. Okay, but wasn't Spirit of Heroism before? Wait, no, that was Ancestral Surge. Was Spirit of Heroism the haste buff that you got when you pressed your ult that was like super fucking irrelevant? At least for my class, it was dog shit. Haste was useless, so. Okay. Got it. So they just made that feel better to get. Yeah, because it felt absolutely terrible before. Diamond. Harmonious Soul's been redesigned. Which I think was... red was all stats, purple was crit, green was expertise, sapphire was like your spirit bullshit. I don't remember what... Diamond was all stats. Ruby was main stat. Oh, that's what it was. So it no longer gives all stats flat. It now grants critical strike, chance, haste, expertise, and spirit for 5 seconds, stacking up to 10 times. On expiration, only 1 stack is removed. Okay, so it's like a stacking all stat. Interesting. I bet this will actually be pretty good for certain classes. I think it will be, and it's going to feel really bad when you die, probably. Because I'm assuming what's the case is it is going to expire, but like, you realistically are going to generate more than you lose if you're in combat. So it's like basically a little bit of a ramp. But for some classes, some stats are, like haste, for example, for Mara was actually no damage. 0. For a non-bleed build. So I wonder if that will even be good for Mara. I'm thinking of playing Mara, although I'm not sold on that yet. I'm definitely not playing the Fire Mage guy. And I don't think I'm playing Taric, but I might play the Hunter, I might play the Mage, or I might play Mara again. I really like Mara. It depends on what build is actually good. In fact, if anyone's around that actually like has played more of Fellowship than me last season and like kept up with patch notes and is kind of aware of how the classes are balanced right now in some way, even though I bet it's changing a lot tomorrow, I would love to get your input on that. I definitely don't want to play a stinker. Like I love Mara. My issue with Mara is that you are doing something significantly harder than other classes to do the same damage, and that trade-off doesn't feel good, but I actually like the gameplay, so I'm chilling with it. I like it a lot. A lot of changes upcoming. Okay. You guys got me hyped. Mara got hard buffed here. Bleed is now viable alongside Finisher. Oh yeah, I to me the Finisher build is infinitely more fun and a way better profile. But I'd maybe fuck around with a buffed version of Bleed. So Sealed Fate now grants 5 and 15% critical strike chance on targets above 50% health. Was 10 and 30. Yes, that's a hard nerf, but also this was like so far the best one for any DPS class that it probably needed to get nerfed. And healers, wow. Yeah, I mean, if one thing is so much better than everything else, it probably needed to get nerfed. But I'm a little worried for Mara because like Mara was like, I think crit was better for Mara than anyone else. I'm making that the fuck up, by the way, but it was like really strong. So maybe that's just a nerf to my characters. I think I'm thinking. Ruby now grants 140, 420, and 1545. And it was this. It just made red gems better initially. They also buffed the defensive node, which I actually thought was really good in general. And then Essence of the Conqueror now grants this damage. Okay, so they just made red gems. They just straight up buffed rubies. Cool. Rewards. Supplies drop more reliably in League dungeons due to quick play changes. My fucking goat. Dungeons drop 2 supplies at 100% of the time. Actually fucking cut me in half. That's so good. Capstone dungeons drop 4 supplies 100% of the time. The star map has had its leftmost path hero unlocks reworked. Yeah, cool for a new dungeon. Or for a new player. A player can unlock hero unlocks by doing quests and Woodland Glade as well. Okay, yeah, as well as dungeons. Yeah. Hero updates. All heroes. Jump while casting and cancel cast keybind. We've added We have added it so that pressing escape on your keyboard at any time causes your character to stop casting or channeling. Oh yeah, that's just some WoW shit that's ingrained in people. Yeah, I am looking. I do that all the time. Did that not already work? Maybe I didn't realize it, but I would have tried doing that to cancel anything I was doing. We've also had a new keybind for stop cast. If you want to bind that functionality to other button as well. Previously, we decided that jumping causes cast while moving cast to cancel because there was no other way to cancel out an ability once started in contact. So the above functionality, we've now allow jumping while cast while moving. Bro, that is so cracked. So astronomically cracked. Because, yeah, you gotta be, yeah. Spirit stat mechanic update. The secondary stat spirit no longer increases spirit point generation by 1%. Oh, word? It now instead generates a flat amount of spirit points every time you trigger a spirit refund. Wait. The amount varies from hero to hero based on the power of their spirit ability and the amount of access they have to spirit refunds. I don't really understand how this is really any different, right? Aren't you still generating your ult faster? It's just doing it in a different way. Is it more balanced from all the heroes? Or it's... I guess it's RNG now? Same thing, flavor diff. Doesn't interact with stuff like Grander now. Guessing it's not... It's so not everyone has ult all at once. Yeah, that was kind of annoying. A little bit, but... Doing it by RNG might not be... I don't even know if that's actually how it's going to work, though. Player and enemy health adjustments. The amount of health heroes gain from stamina has been increased, with the intention of making the game both less punishing in lower leagues, and to change the primary focus of high eternal pushing. In high eternal pushing, this change hopefully creates less emphasis on one-shot mechanics, outright killing players in a single hit. I mean, it's... Yeah... Basically, by giving you a ton more HP, they're like, we want the difficulty in these dungeons to be more about timing them with damage than getting one shot by things. But at the same time, you have to make healing interesting. Interesting to see how that works. Absorb crits. All absorbs now have a chance to ignore... All absorbs now have a chance, based on your critical strike chance, to absorb 50% of any hit. The absorb crit chance is based on this. Yo, that sounds fucking crazy. Attack speed reduction. Attack speed reduction no longer stacks. The highest positive and negative modifiers are active only. Cool. Helena. I don't play this class. Don't play this one either. My goat. My goat. All right, here we go. All of Mara's abilities and poisons have had their damage increased by 20%. Okay. That looks good. The exceptions are listed below. Queen's Fang is actually by 32%. Hemorrhaging Strike, Application, and Bleed buffed by different numbers. The energy gained each time Hemorrhaging Strike deals damage has been increased to 5 was 4, so 25% more energy from bleeds. From that bleed. Talents and legendaries. Okay, new talent. Sinner's Pride, 3 points. For each combo point you spend, the cooldown of your Maiden of Death ability is reduced by 0.6 seconds. Oh, that's insane. The old legendary cloak effect was updated and moved to become Mara's new 3-pointer. It no longer reduces the cooldown of final stratagem, but instead provides the wearer comfortable access to her Maiden of Death ability. So that's really, really good in general, but it's really good for the bleed build, right? Because the bleed build's issue is when you went into a pack where you had Maiden of Death and you could instantly put bleeds on everything. It felt amazing, and then when you went to a pack where it wasn't up, you felt like an absolute fucking dumbass. Like, it was crazy dog shit. So, that's gonna make bleed alone just way more viable, but also buff the other build as well, right? You just get more CD uses. God, dude, the feeling of being the bleed build and going into a pack and manually fucking rupturing everything. Holy shit. Feed the Queen now stacks up to 6 times, was 5, and causes Queen's Fang to deal 10% more damage per stack. Okay, so this is super broken. This is actually the reason Mara is good, basically. Didn't they nerf this like right around when I was quitting? So this is actually just a reversion, I think. If any knowers, someone in chat said nerf revert. Okay. From the Shadows is no longer a talent. It has been moved to a legendary item. What the fuck was that? Bleed tick proc clones that do a 6-point Queen's Fang. Oh, it's just now a legendary. I mean, for bleed build though, like I'm pretty sure that's really good. Like, isn't that like kind of a requirement for the bleed build? Okay, new legendary. Oh, yeah, that's still legendary. Okay, and the power of all Mara's legendaries have been reduced by approximately 35%. So compensate to increase in Mara's power in her overall kit. Okay, so Mara mostly the same. Bleed build probably more viable now. I'll definitely try it. Dude, I actually... I don't know if any other Maras have this issue and you've actually... but have you guys swapped between... I swapped between the bleed build and the better build in season 1 or like preseason. I don't know what you call it, when the game came out, early access or whatever, and struggled with remembering to either not use your AoE finisher on single target in the bleed build or going back to your finisher build and then having to remember that you actually have to press your AoE finisher on single target. That shit was so fucking... It's very annoying low key to swap between those builds. All I'm saying. It took a long time to actually remember that shit. Wait, did they forget to add the details about the hemotoxin changes to the patch notes? I guess so. Yeah, I don't give a fuck about Tariq. Rhyme? Rhyme is my second most likely character to be played. I did enjoy Rhyme. My issue with Rhyme is if I'm going to like play the fuck out of this game, I actually felt that Rhyme had very little skill expression and you capped out on how good you could get at it pretty quickly. And that made me not want to like main it. But it was attractive to me because I was looking at Rhyme when this game came out and I'm like, bro, I'd be doing the same damage I'm doing on Mara and I could actually be like writing a novel at the same time. At the same moment that I'm playing this class, I could be writing a good novel on my other monitor. Right? Absolute payphone class. Someone said it procs more, but they're less power each. We saw when people showed talents yesterday. I'm still mad about that. Ilarian. So right when I stopped playing, we were playing with Lip was playing the Hunter. And this guy was like crazy strong. I don't know if it continued to be like really strong, but like basically what have been the really good classes at the end of last season if you guys continued playing. He was Fodom OP at the end of the season. What were comps at the end of the season, like the end of the ladder? Can we actually check that? So what, Rhyme... I guess teams. Yeah, teams. So this team is playing Ilarian, Rhyme, Ilarian, Rhyme, Rhyme, Ardios, Ilarian, Rhyme, Ilarian, Rhyme. All playing Helena except like a couple Mycos. I mean, these are all a lot of the same teams, which unsurprising. There was like 400 people playing the other day. Not a single Mara. Yo, does Mara suck? Double Alarian. Sick. Oh, there we go. We got a Mara up here. Mara timed in 86. I passed one earlier. Oh, okay. Yeah, right here. She was a bit weak at the end, but also is getting massive buffs. I'm gonna say, well, like, okay, it said something here like Mara's abilities have just been increased by 20% with the exception of these things. Are other classes not seeing the same thing? Oh, I just assumed that was like everyone was getting that. That's why I didn't like freak out at the 20% buff. Oh. Like they're nerfing the power of your legendary, but they're buffing your base power by 20. Bro, 20% is a fucking huge number. What the fuck? Melee are getting large buffs. Range, not really. All right, dude. Yeah, let's get it. What about the other guy, Ardios? Ardios on here or unchanged? Yeah, Ardios. Here we go. Dude, get nerfed fired up. Actually fucking stay nerfed, kid. To compensate for the awful gameplay in Melee. Melee felt fine. Vigor buffed. It doesn't matter anyway. I'm pretty sure... Dude, what do you think the percentage of players playing this new season on tanks and healers are going to not be playing the two new ones? Like, I feel like everyone, bro. Like, I feel like actually everyone is going to be playing the new classes. Unless they look shit, but... Watch the videos. I kind of want to see... Is there anything else in the patch notes that's interesting? I'm pretty sure I'm locked the fuck in on Mara, by the way. Pretty happy about that. I haven't done the dungeons in enough time to where, like, these things matter to me. Oh, actually, there's one change I care about as a Melee. I remember Melee being dog shit. Did you continue to kite around those fucking greed spawn things? And Melee was just fucked? That made me want to actually blow my shit smooth off. Straight up. That was the worst gameplay ever. I complained the whole time we were in the dungeons. I nonstop complaining from start to finish. It's capped and has been nerfed since. Well, I just don't want to do it. More features on the way. Yeah, we'll wait till they're announced. All right. Okay. Class videos. Where do I look at this? Fellowship YouTube. Aona. Let's look at the tank first.
Aona is our brand new addition to the healer
And
roster
it's-
in Fellowship.
and it's just a
today,
healer.
I'm going to give
Okay.
you a quick overview of her core skills so you can use her time manipulation powers to bring success to your group as you jump into the new season.
Okay.
Her power is focused through her hourglass, and this is the one concept that is key to understanding Aona's unique style of gameplay.
Okay.
Your entire group will have 50% of any damage taken delayed and applied as damage over
GG. Should we just go to the tank?
time just by
It's
being
just
in a
literally absurdly broken.
group
Like,
with Aona. This is directly because of her unique Beacon of Time effect. Now, this delayed damage is going to be represented on your health bars as a stagger effect, and you'll clearly see this demonstrated as we progress through this video. I thought it would be cool to show you how Aona's
over 15 seconds, bro? You're giving everyone Brewmaster Stagger
Toolkit works in our
on
new
all
drop in,
damage?
drop out space, the Woodland Glade, a perfect place to try out new heroes and unlock your kit while you wait for
That's
your next
fucking
dungeon.
what?
Thank you.
Like,
With
that's
that,
insane.
let's take a look at her first 4
Bro,
abilities.
we're literally never gonna die.
First, we have Time Shard, which will be a great filler for your rotation. But what's interesting to see here is the Time Shift effect, which will look at any damage.
Dude, I mean, how can you possibly balance this? I mean, maybe it's like the WoW philosophy, right? You come out with some new shit, it is supposed to be OP. That's just what it is, right? And gets people hyped to play, and that's
you
the
deal
point.
and use that as healing for allies because of your Beacon of Time. It will also generate your secondary resource, Krona. Then we have Splinter of Time, which will apply a dot to at least one enemy. The Time Shift effect exists here too, as well as the next 2 abilities. So let's take a look at Erode Vitality, which is going to be a larger single target dot. And then we've got Temporal Barrage, which is awesome to pump out some damage, so you'll want to keep this one on cooldown for sure. It generates a lot of Krona as well, so we'll use that later. As we take on this Boreal Wolf up here, you won't see a whole lot of stagger, because I'm just generally not taking a whole lot of damage from this mob. But do take note of the combat text. Damage out means healing in, and this would also be applied to my whole group.
Disc Priest?
The next ability we have here is Time Mend, and
So
this is going to be a
Disc
great
Priest,
single
Brewmaster
target
stagger
heal,
on whole
but
group.
50% of the healing is represented as stagger in their Beacon of Time. While you can eat away at the stagger deficit with our first 4 skills, we do have some better options up our beautiful sleeves that you'll want to make use of. That's where Chronal Wave and Chronal Restore will come in. These will instantly...
Dude, one thing that is going to be kind of funny, though, is if like a lot of their healing is backloaded, it will be pretty funny when we're looking at our health bars and it's actually just entirely staggered because we're getting obscenely shit on, but we can't realize it because we're taking 50% less damage. And then this little bitch dies, and then all of us are looking at each other like, yo, like this is not good. Like,
cleans 50% of the accumulated stagger for
right
all
now.
allies or a single target, respectively. This means for max efficiency, using these 2 abilities when the group has built up heavy stagger deficits will lead to top tier Aeona gameplay.
Yeah, cool.
Krona Burst is going to be a great way to do some quick damage and healing at the expense of our Krona resource. Best not to sit around with a full Krona bar when you could be topping up your allies and taking out the enemies even faster. We then have our staple Undo Magic to get rid of some very important effects from our allies.
He's just saying a bunch of
and then
healer shit now, but that class is going to be extremely broken. Look at the tank.
Xavian is our new tank that we've added to the Fellowship hero roster, and
Wait, the ult? You missed the ult. Okay. All right.
Aeona is our allies, and then our spirit ability, Absolute Stasis, which is a
Invoke the Strands of Time to manipulate the outcome of a critical moment in time. Time stops for 6 seconds, causing allies' health to pause in place. Your cooldowns and all damage and healing is stored during this time and dealt once Absolute Stasis expires. During this, your abilities have no mana or Krona costs. So the entire group cannot take damage for 6 seconds. And also, there's a pop of damage at the end of it. Like, all of our... I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't even know how, like... I feel like this character is going to be able to clear multiple levels higher of dungeons than anyone else. That's pretty insane. That sounds like the most broken possible character.
Xavian is our new tank that we've added to the Fellowship
Dude,
hero
let's just play Vigor again, though. Fuck it.
roster, and
Put
as you
some
can see,
shields
he's got a
up or
big
something.
two-handed sword, and he's not afraid to use it. So let's go through some of the skills and abilities that you'll be using as Xavian as you tank your way through our game. So first up, we've got Xavian's first ability, which is called Sunstrike, and it's going to be a great filler since it stacks a debuff on enemies that, when consumed with his third ability, will give you back some much needed mana. More on that soon. Also, you can generate stacks of Swift Retrieval, which are a core...
All right, first of all, sword's fucking massive. This guy is a unit.
More on that soon. Also, you can generate stacks of Swift Retrieval, which are a core element of Xavian's kit. Next up, we've got Blinding Slash, which is going to cleave and blind enemies. You'll see that enemies get a debuff, which is consumed after Xavian successfully parries, or the blind effect expires. And again, every time we use this ability, we've got more chances at generating Swift Retrieval stacks. Look a little bit closer and you'll see that my mana has been depleted by some abilities that you'll see in just a sec. but this is where Omni Strike is going to come in really handy. You'll remember back when we looked at our first ability, there are some stacks that are consumed by Omni Strike. And here we're going to see that we...
Insanely confused. I'll figure it out during the season. I'm sure it's sick. What does its ult do?
As you can see, Xavion's toolkit is unique from what's been possible in our game so far.
My brain's
And we
mush.
can't wait to see all of your builds you develop with his talents, gear, and the legendaries that you'll be getting your hands on really soon. Now, if only I could be so grossly incandescent. We'll see you all in Fellowship's pre...
Grossly incandescent. Yeah, that's chill. Is that like 10 a.m. PT? Yeah, we can start that time. When do the actual servers come up tomorrow? And I'm just gonna launch Fellowship and I'm just gonna make sure like all my keybinds work and shit. 6 a.m. Oh, I mean, yeah, fuck that. But the normal time sounds good. Yeah, I absolutely will not be up at 6 a.m. That's just completely absurd. Especially because my sleep's been so bad. I need to sleep max tonight. Max, before you log out, sell all your gear and buy cosmetics and mounts. If you have any and you still want and have not bought currency resets tonight. Okay, yeah. I'll do that. I'm logging in right now. All right, hopefully everything stayed. Did my UI stay? My UI is still good? What about my keybinds? I don't even remember really how to play this class. Wait, why is my, like, frame rate? Oh, I remember the first time I launched this, it was stuttering. And after you play, like, 2 dungeons, like, the stuttering just, like, completely goes away. So maybe that's just still a thing. So I remember doing this. All right, wait, I'm kind of cooking. Yeah, I just, like, didn't pop my ult or anything, but... Yeah, okay, I remember how to play this thing. Like fucking like it's yesterday, dude. Let's go. All right, sick. Then I think this resets everything. I need to use my MMO mouse for this, but I'll remember those binds eventually. That's my cooldown. Did I have was it these 2 buttons for my? Yeah, those 2 buttons were my relics. Yeah. I played perp and blue. My initial guess is like after the buffs to gems. Actually, I mean, realistically, I'm just gonna wait for some genius to figure it out, but I feel like the vibe is gonna be maybe. I mean, do you still just play perp? Is perp still better? I mean, blue. I'm thinking blue's like really good after the buffs too, though. Perp got nerfed. Yeah, I know it got nerfed, but like. Your critical strikes do 12% more damage and healing at the end is still, like, super goated. And they're making this blue... Oh, is it a trait of blue in general that you can, like, bank your ults or whatever? Man, dude, maybe it's diamonds. I just feel like haste is just... too dog shit, unfortunately. Actually, if you play bleed build, haste is good. What the fuck is this game? This game is WoW Mythic Plus if they didn't have to design the game for everything else in WoW and all they had to focus on was you creating a character and instantly doing Mythic Plus, but also they made it an ARPG. That's the game. ARPG in terms of loot rewards and gameplay pace, not like top-down isometric camera Diablo type shit. It's extremely fun. Extremely good game. See, this is what I don't like about Blue, though, is like the top bonus is still the duration of your Spirit of Heroism is increased by 18 seconds, which is just fucking dog shit. Like, it's just, you get more haste. You get a haste buff for longer. Cool, I hate haste. But also, I think in the patch notes, that's the other thing that they buffed. Right, that's where Sapphire, S to the Prophet now reduces the spirit point cost of your spirit ability by 15%. So you will ult 15% more. The max cost to get your ult off is nerfed by 15% with this. I mean, that's pretty good. Would you rather do 12% more damage from crits all the time, or ult 15% more often, even though that's not exactly how statistics work, but I mean that would already be pretty close, and they nerf the other thing. I mean, dude, maybe you do. Maybe you go full purple. What is diamond now? Your relic cooldowns are reduced by 24%. All right, that's stinky bad. Right? Blessing of the Artisan, they didn't change that at all? Yeah, that's horrible. This might be good though. Like Harmonious Soul. Maybe not for me because I hate haste though. Will gems be easier to get? That's the real question. In a way, yes. There's like bad luck protection on gems because you can transfer these items, your Mithril, Aether, and Godstones. You can turn these in for small gems now. So in a way, they've increased the amount of gems you'll get. But also, I think it's important to note that you get basically everything else instantly. Gear, legendaries, not legendaries really. Legendaries are a little rare, but you can play a lot of this stuff, and the real thing that keeps you getting more powerful is your gems. So gems are kind of hard to get by design, and I don't think that's bad. Honestly. Unless you're trying to like play the game for 2 days and then stop and be as powerful as possible, then you'll hate gems, but I like the game more than that. Okay, diamond for me, I think just because haste isn't good just sounds bad, even if it's strong in general. So again, I'm still tied between purple. I'll never play yellow. So yellow and diamond I think are cooked for me. Yeah, I mean, I guess First Strike is like kind of similar to Sealed Fate now. So green, and I don't think you'd ever go all the way to the top. I don't think CDR is like that good for... Dude, I think it's full blue and like half perp, half red, or half green. It's like one of those two. Did they make any changes to like... One thing that I thought was kind of bad was there was like a gem cap. Like even if you played the game enough to get full flawless gems, you couldn't even equip them because there was an invisible... You could only have as many like basically the equivalent of like 96 or something small gems, which like makes no sense. Why wouldn't they want you to be able to continue farming and getting more? 92 total gem cap unchanged. Can someone explain that to me? Why do they make it so you only ever want to make one flawless gem? exactly? Like, what's the logic? They want to just know your max power. They never want to go higher than that. They don't want to have excessive grinding be a thing. They want you to do that so you actually interact with set bonuses. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, GG. That makes sense. That, totally get it. So I feel like I'm still going to play Fateful Dagger. Any Mara mains have any cooking to think that you'll do anything else? I feel like Fateful Dagger is still, what I want to play, at least. Just way more fun. And I'm assuming Visions of Grandeur is still BIS? So your weapon ability generates spirit points multiplied by a value equal to your weapon's ability default cooldown. I mean, why would you would still just want this, I think. There was another good one, but they nerfed Fated Strike. Yeah, they not really meaningfully though. They made it base damage get reduced. Cooldown was increased by 2 seconds, so not even. So cooldown, like the cooldown was increased by like 2%, kind of, maybe 1%, not 1%, like 3% actually. And it no longer grants an expertise bonus. Okay, it used to give you increasing your expertise by 20%. Oh, I didn't even realize it did that. Oh, but only for the 6 seconds? Okay. I mean, I still feel like this shit just cranks, though. Maybe I need to relook at the weapons. I mean, is this the only weapon abilities they changed at all? Also, like, maybe weapon traits. It says many traits have had their power adjusted. You guys are saying they reworked a lot of end traits, but they kind of didn't, though, right? It was, like, just Sapphire, Aura Stone, Diamond Strike, and Emerald Judgment. Unless those were already close, but, like, Visions, at least when I played Visions, was, like, the best one by far. They synergize with the gem investment now. Oh. It's now placed... Okay, let me read this, because I'm thinking of playing Sapphire. Your abilities have a chance to conjure a Sapphire Aura Stone near your target for up to 12 seconds. While the Aura Stone is active, 10% of all damage you deal is accumulated into this and released in a pulse of frost damage after 3 seconds on the nearby enemies. When it's active... 10% of all the damage and healing you do is accumulated into the Aura Stone and released into this after 2 seconds. Oh, this is just when it... Okay, and then the damage and healing pulse both occur with a 3-second interval up to 3 times over the Sapphire's lifetime. Each pulse empties the accumulated damage or healing stored within it. And you're gonna on average get about 1.5 of these a minute. Okay. And now they've made it to where it's going to have a duration equal to the duration of your Spirit of Heroism, so it'll last a lot longer if you're spec'd into Sapphire. So you're basically saying, like, having way more ult cooldowns versus... Actually, I don't even know meaningfully if it will be way more. If you're already getting it reduced by 15. And then basically, while defensive traits are like kind of uninteresting now, right? Like before there was like a lot of things that were kind of good, but now one of your defensive nodes has to be cheat death and one of them has to be the other one. Like no, they're literally inarguable. That are both just obscenely broken. Dude, I still feel like I want to play Visions, bro. Like, ult is just so powerful, and especially with more Maiden of Death uptime, you can use this more often, so, like... I need to plug in my other mouse. You already have a lot ult CD from Spirit Gems? Is that how that works? Oh, I guess, yeah, you're getting Spirit as a stat, right? Yeah. I still feel like stats for my character are going to be, like... crit expertise, I assume. Haste still is going to... Unless you're playing Bleed, I feel like Haste is just bad. And then Spirit... I feel like you're not going to want Spirit on your gear, but maybe you'll like it from this. It's weird. Getting resets on Mara should feel good as the finisher build, but it kind of doesn't because, like, there's a lot of value in pressing your Fan of Knives from Feed the Queen. So, like, when you're just spamming, it's like, yeah, it's still better, but it, like, doesn't feel as good because you're not getting the funnel aspect of it. As much of it. All and resets give you more ults now. Oh, dude, true. True. Chaos opener. Oh, my ult's up again. I forgot it does that in town. Dude, my UI in this game is goated, bro. Goated UI. Dude, it's actually crazy. It's like riding a bike. You're just fucking back. Oh yeah, let's check this out. So that button is like a little stun. My kick. Oh, nope, that's not working. I think I might have to rebind some buttons because, like, a new mouse profile, maybe. Let's do that before tomorrow. Hopefully a lot of this stuff will stay. So visible, yes. Visible, yes. And keybind mode /KB. Does that work? I don't believe so. Edit HUD. Probably just edit HUD mode. No. How do you do this again? There is an easy way to do this in this game. Maybe it's in settings. Settings, keybinds. Oh, you literally right-click the button. It's that easy. I forget. Okay, my mount is still bound. It's literally just my kick. Somehow. That's easy. Actually, let me double check if my mouse profile's on the right thing. It is, yeah. Yeah, everything else is good, I think.
They strike at shadows. Let the shadows feed.
Does it still port you? Oh, I hate that. Whatever, though. Do you only have focus kick bound? I forget how that works. How does this work? Okay, so that's how I set my target to kick. And then I believe how my actual kick works is like... Not mouse over, but it was like... I have some kind of setting on that's... Oh, no, it's like a bind you set specifically right here. Oh, so this actually needs to be... Yeah. Oh, it actually is going to be the same. Okay. So that way I'll kick this target even if I'm not targeting it. Perfect. Yeah. Great. And then... Anything else I need to... Oh, this. Let me see if this works. Yep. Shadow Step works. All right, yeah, I'm like
They
fucking
strike
ready
at
to go, I think.
darkness.
Wait, rewards. Okay, so someone said to like buy cosmetics and shit with my if I have. What is this? Complete a dungeon to unlock the Winter Spirit challenge. I can't. Oh, I have to complete a dungeon. No, it says I've done it. What is all of this? It was just an event you missed. Yeah. Alright, so let's double check everything. So let's go over to the mount guy. Someone said to sell all my gear. Go to Mountman. Alright, how much do mounts cost? What is this? I would have had to play the winter event to get that stupid little fucking rat? No. So sad. All right. I probably don't have a lot of supplies. I have 500. Okay. That's enough to get everything if I wanted it. Do I want to buy all the like little guys or? I mean, these mounts look worse than my other mounts. All right, fuck it. We're getting this guy. Massive, massive, bro. And this guy, 300 gold. Fuck it. Actually, we're gonna go sell all of my gear, so I get more gold to buy more mounts. Right? Shift click, control click, control right click. Yeah, that's what it is. Oh, not upgrade. Wrong thing. Scrap on all your alts too. Nah, I don't care that much. I wonder how many times I'm going to disenchant an item that I really care about this season. Stash gear. Yeah. Max, do fellowship seasons reset like PoE Diablo or similar to WoW? PoE Diablo. I am interested that they're not cooking more. You know what I mean? Like, they went down the route of like mostly the same, give new characters, update the game. But I'm like, they could have gone the like, there's a new gems, right? Like gems still exist, but there's a new way to scale your power. Like pure ARPG. They're basically just leaning closer to Mythic Plus than Fired Up said 11 a.m. Pacific time. Okay. I might flop around before then a little, but won't do too much. Okay, I don't need to sell anything else. I don't care. I'll just buy whatever they got. Yes. Give me this guy, give me that guy. Oh, there's even more, bro. I can get cheesers. Over here, cheesers. Lunar Scar Tiger, fuck it. And the Obsidian Charger, W. Let's go, cheesers. Friends. Yay. Whole list is offline. W. I should prepare my UI tomorrow for having less things. So I'm going to have to regain all my talents again because they're full resetting everything, right? I guess I'll just play that by ear. If I'm on a fresh character... Oh, I should look at my talent build for tomorrow. So... What's my talent keybind? What is the keybind for looking at my fucking talents? Somehow it is not. Is it not keybindable? Oh, it's on your character tab. True. Alright, so when you're leveling, what is the best thing? I remember, like, first couple points, Corrosive Spill felt good. It was like Corrosive Spill into maybe Venomous Delight. Actually, Venomous Delight's, like, really good, actually, for not feeling energy starved. And then Efficient Killer. Toxic Spill is me after Taco Bell. Bro, I don't know why, but reading Taco Bell just made me realize I want to go there so bad. You need energy talents till you get AoE Hemo. Do I want to just play bleed build? Because I already know the other build. Maybe I just, like... I guess, like, how many points do I need to even start playing the bleed build? Because bleed build was some absolute ass last season. Dude, I felt crazy because when this game came out, everyone was like, bleed build. And I'm like, guys, bleed build sucks. Like, it's dog shit compared to the other build. And they're like, bro, you just, like, no, man. I felt like I was in, like, a Black Mirror episode. Like, I was in a different reality than everyone else. It was literally, like, so much worse. Just so much fucking worse than the previous thing. And everyone was just, like, convinced it wasn't. So what do you need? You want Red Ledger, Blood Rush. Maiden of Death is... I mean, Gushing Blood is, like, the requirement for the build. And then, honestly, I'm going to go as far as to say I don't think you can play bleed build until you get the thing that makes your Maiden of Death come up more often. I'm going to play the finisher build until I get the legendary and this talent, I think. Well, this talent isn't a talent anymore. You can go bleed build pretty early. I mean, until you get more Maiden of Death uptime, I think... I mean, maybe it's good, but it's fucking feels like shit. Like, bro, the feeling of going into a pack with Maiden of Death not up, a 1 minute cooldown, and being unable to do anything is the worst feeling ever, man. And then what does an end game build look like for bleed?
Many will strike as one.
It's this, right? And then From the Shadows got replaced with... what exactly did that get replaced with again? Oh, it's the, this. Yeah. I mean, yeah, so I'll just keep From the Shadows in its place. Okay, so this is, I believe, like, bleed build requirements. Could be wrong. Pretty sure these are all something you would definitely play. Maybe... No, I mean, like, you would definitely play Blood Rush. Yeah, maybe 20% haste. Isn't haste, like, really good with bleeds? Isn't that the thing? That's actually really interesting because that's going to make all of our... The most positive thing about the bleed build for me is simply it makes all of your talents or all of your stats good. It kind of sucks when like one of your stats is irrelevant just in any game, right? My question is, does anyone know what the stat priority is for bleed build? Like, is haste your best stat? Or do you get enough of it from talents? Well, it's 11 out of 13 points. Well, 8 out of 13 tomorrow. No, it's not. Because from the thing that From the Shadows is being replaced with is a... the thing that From the Shadows is being replaced with is a talent you would take. It's money back guaranteed required. Required for every build, by the way. The thing that's replacing From the Shadows will be taken in every build ever. Insanely good. So then you have 2 more points. So definitely not Assassin's Guile, I don't think. I'm gonna no to Corrosive Spill, no to Venomous Delight. You'll have no energy issues. No to Feed the Queen. No to Deadly Scheme. Maiden's Doom with more uptime on this spell becomes a lot better. But also I remember that like it felt crazy. What I played before was this. I basically both builds needed 11 points to work before. This was one build, the other build was, let's see if I can remember it. I think it's one more point somewhere. No, I don't even think it's that. It's like I think it's puncture for sure. What the fuck was the other talent? Maybe it was Venomous Delight. Because then you had 2 points and you took this. Just to be alive, kind of thing. Yeah, whatever. Anyways, so both like require 11 points. In my opinion, puncture is required. Anyways, let's do the bleed build again. We have 2 more points. Puncture feels like it's really needed. I mean, don't you take this now? Like, don't you take Arachnid Assault? I feel like Arachnid Onslaught is like super required probably for... Depends on how much of your damage is actually Hemorrhaging Strike or Arachnid Assault in this build. Obviously, it's going to be a little bit less than the other build, but this probably most of your damage is bleeds and like Chemotoxin and the From the Shadows legendary. Yeah, something like this. Okay, I think I've thought about that enough. And then I think I'm going to start by going Sapphire. I think I'm going to be a Sapphire gamer. Well, early on, you kind of want to spread your shit out. Like, before you start combining gems, you want to combine into larges as soon as possible, but large to splendid, until you are capped by the amount of gen sockets you have, is actually a bad deal, right? Small to large, you are doubling the gem essence from one item. Goated upgrade. Do it every time. Large to splendid is you are spending 240 to you're only getting 50% more and you're trading away 3 gems. So you're actually like losing gem power. Very important. It's actually kind of easy in this game. It's really easy in this game to fuck up your gems by upgrading too early, even if it's a good socket for you. Pretty common mistake. So what I'll probably do is large bonus, like, if I had 5 gem sockets, I'm pretty sure you'd, like, slam red, purple, green, blue, maybe even diamond. Spread that shit out, because, like, the bonuses... The third bonuses are all defensive nodes, and there's, like, pretty good value from the first 2 nodes of every other thing, so... So I'll just do that. I'm really excited for tomorrow, man. I love this game. What about the shop? How do I go to that? Where is the shop? How do I give you money? It comes out tomorrow. Oh, it's literally not even in the game right now. Okay, cool. All right. Thanks for watching, guys. I'm actually so glad that right now I'm ending my stream right now. I've been so stressed the last week. I have, like, my mom is in town, and also Team Liquid's like, hey, we haven't needed you for anything for 4 months, but literally right now we need you multiple days for shoots, which I did thank them for. They got me out super early both days than my expected call times, so really nice that they did that. But then, like, my mom's in town, and then I've been extremely sick, and I've had to, like, get this tier list done. I've just been so stressful, man, like, or so stressed out, and now it's like I'm finally done with everything. I'm gonna turn my stream off, get some food, hopefully not sleep like absolute dog shit tonight, and then I'm going to play Fellowship all day, every day for at least 3 days with my group. So, looking forward to that.